tourism is more than this. We don't have a tourism satellite account. One was started in 2016. As we speak right now, it has not worked. We are going to take charge of tourism. What are you going to do to ensure that we have a tourism satellite account that gets at the proper data of actual tourism contribution to Ghana?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Tourism everywhere around the world is contributing significantly to GDP. In Ghana, as you said, it's about number 4, according to the Bank of Ghana Statistics. We think, when given the opportunity, we are convinced and committed to make tourism number 1 contributor to GDP. We've all along depended on cocoa, gold, and oil. We all know that these are extractives we cannot be sure about their certainty in terms of revenue. We're going to embark aggressively, when given the nod, Mr. Chairman, to do both domestic tourism and international tourism. Ghana has the best in terms of tourist sites. The Ghanaian people are very warm. We have very rich arts and culture. We have very good heritage sites. And we think that when we put our heads together, we want to, especially internal tourism. So, Chairman, in the year 2019, when we had the year of return, 1.1 million tourists visited this country. That gross over $3 billion. This has been an increase systematically over the last 8-10 years. We don't do much of internal tourism. And I want this opportunity to urge Parliament, even to the people, to champion this internal tourism drive. If every time you go on break, if I'm given the opportunity, I want to organize members of Parliament to go around the country. We want to have corporate tourism, school tourism, religious tourism, and others. Apart from making people know all the parts of the country, it blends national unity and creates opportunity for the rural community. So I want to see that we can do a lot of internal tourism. To do that, we also need to improve our arts and culture. Good drumming and dancing is very important for us. Our national festivals of arts and culture will have to come back on stream. So I can create that. You can't have effective tourism without a good arts and cultural background. We need to develop all these three. It's intertwined. So we need to develop our arts, cultural heritage to enhance tourism. We think that over the next 4 years, tourism in China should be number 1 compared to GDP, from number 4. We can gross $5 billion averagely from the next 2 years. Tourism making number 1 is foreign exchange energy to this country. Thank you.
Chairman, sorry, Mr. Nominee. Are you sure your $5 billion is not over ambitious? Because the projections globally is for Ghana to be able to rake in $1.2 billion. You have any plans to support your overambitious initiative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it's ambitious. The $5 billion for me, I think, is even for the next 2 years. The next 4 years should be doing $6 billion. In the year of return in 2019, we grossed $3.3 billion, according to the figures. This is just 1 year. If we improve our internal tourism drive, improve our arts and cultural heritage, we could be able to gross $6 billion by 2024. Mr. Chairman, it's not impossible. With the support of every stakeholder, we'll do it. Thank you.
Well, yes.
Honorable, just a second. Just a second. The chairman has allowed me. Bear with me, the Marine Drive project. Across the world, and I believe that there is nothing new under the sun, are there any models that you find attractive, very attractive, which will be relevant to our context, the Ghanaian context, that we can seek to go for? Because there are diverse, examples. Which of them do you find relevant to in our context?
So is it in terms of tourism?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chairman, in Seychelles, what they've done even within this COVID period is have 28 days in Seychelles. It's a model. 28 days, you pay $40,000 for a family of 5. And that has attracted a lot of tourists to that area. That's Seychelles. I think that we don't have to reinvent that. We have to grow our own strategies in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, when given the opportunity, we want to build a film and music studio. is one element that can increase the tourism potentials of this country. We don't have any serious studio in this country. If we build a film studio, I'm working very hard to acquire a studio. That's one of the early things we do. The film studio we build would help in music and in film production and make Ghana the hub of film production in West Africa. Thank you.
Yes, we will continue. In November 2018, the World Bank gave Ghana a grant of about $9 million. You know, the first window has opened for 1 million. As we speak now, that 1 million has not been assessed because, among other things, there is no expertise in the system to help people to assess this fund. People in the creative industry, people in the tourism industry, you know, funding is a challenge. But because of the lack of capacity to assess this funding, part of this money is sitting down. How are you going to ensure that the creative industry, the tourism industry, take a benefit of this World Bank grant? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. If I'm fortunate to be given the nod by this August committee, we're going to review all such arrangements and ensure that we don't have enough money. We can't allow money like that to go. We'll build necessary competence and capacities and make sure that we put the shoulder to the wheels, so that everything, that if it's lack of capacity in terms of personnel, we'll hire them and make sure that with a scheduled period of the World Bank, we'll achieve the desired results. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Mohammed, I congratulate you on your nomination as the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. I think that if this committee approves you and then the plenary accepts, you would be assuming office at a time when the tourism sector is very severely challenged, especially with this COVID pandemic that we have with us. Now, that's going to be a very big challenge for you as a minister, but knowing you as a successful businessman, I believe you would have some ideas how to, sustain the sector. Can you share some of these ideas with the committee on how to make tourism sector very attractive in the midst of the pandemic? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The tourism sector has been most impacted with this pandemic. As of last month, $1.3 trillion have been lost to the sector. In Ghana, the loss is estimated to be about 6 billion cedis. Everybody with the value chain has been affected. The National Board for Small-Scale Industries has done something in terms of government support. It's certainly not enough. What we intend doing is to make proper impact assessment, which GTA is already doing, to look at what we can do. There are two things we intend to do. We intend to build the capacity of the players in the tourist sector, to also give them business ideas. That's one. It's very important for us to build our capacity, and there are many of them. And two, intend to provide funding. The chance to speak today, we are already arranging, if given the nod, to conclude 50 million cedi facility to help those in the sector. And those have to build their capacity and to give them money, prepare them for the COVID. The chairman, anytime there's a catastrophe, after catastrophe, tourism surges around the world. Second World War is an example. Anytime there's a pandemic after pandemic, there's a surge in tourism. We want to use the downtime now to prepare our people, build their capacity, give them funding, like I said, 50 million cedis already being worked out, so that they can build and resist. Most of them too are also women. 50% of all the industry are women. We need to build the capacity and make sure that they can deliver, from being just less entrepreneurs to opportunity entrepreneurs. So that's why I want to do this downtime. So I commend that lots of vaccination going on. We are hoping that by the end of this year, travel and activities will pick up. And we'll prepare our people for that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my predecessor, who incidentally was Deputy Minister for Tourism, started a small factory in Gushegu, which it's still at the infant stages. I think it's still at the substructure under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism. Can I get any assurance that these projects will receive the needed attention so that we can get the benefits from the projects, as has been commenced? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure there are projects that my predecessor, if I'm given a nod, might have started. When given the opportunity by this August committee, I will look at all such structures and make sure that we complete them and get the value out of them. Thank you.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman, well, you are a royal of Kumbungu, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In other words, you are in a position to Mr. Chairman, there are some Kumbungu people here, but I want to oh, it's a substantive question. Mr. Chairman, so let us please go on. I'm looking at the royal complaining. As a lawyer, those who are complaining, I believe that you can assume the nameship of Kumbungu someday. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, it's possible.
It's possible. As a minister, if you get the nod and the scheme becomes vacant, would you be...
That's very speculative.
To relinquish?
That's very speculative. Yes, Nilante.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My very good brother and friend from the Inky fraternity. I want to start first with our festivals. Analyzing our festivals, you can easily see that there is no coordination in order to package it to be exploited as a potential. Because you come to Greater Accra, for example, Lantejawe. After Lantejawe, Adana Sapodu, Gamashi, Osu, La, Teshin, following up to Nungo Prempeh for the whole of August, July to September. You go to Central Region, Afashe, the following week, Mankasim, the following week, Gombwa, Soko, the same way. And then we are not able to package this into a comprehensive festival calendar so that we can sell to people outside. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to make sure that these are festivals from the south to the north is comprehensively packaged as you into marketing so that we can sell? That anybody who is coming knows I'm coming to Ghana within this period because I'll have the opportunity to observe these festivals. What are you going to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marketing and promotions are very, very important in achievement of goals of my festivals. We want to have a comprehensive calendar, marketing and comprehensive program, work out with the chiefs, international authorities, and ensure that when they are well marketed within and outside Ghana, we'll have patronage. We also have to work with sponsorship. I think one of the key problems we have is our sponsorship. So as a marketing communications person, I'd want to assure you that we're going to have a program that will help market and promote our festivals for local and international patronage that can give us the jobs that we require. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this one is local. Lizzie, my sister sitting here, and I struggled and put a lot of effort to start a very unique festival in Accra, Homo Fest, which was even bringing people from the diaspora and the Caribbean. We even had people from the Caribbean coming to participate in it. And then after that, we continue with Chalewati. And then the Carnival. Today, apart from Chalewati, all these other festivals in Accra are gone.
What assurances do we have from you that you possibly would revive these festivals to make sure it continues the pleasure of the people in Accra?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The private sector is very, very important in helping us achieve our tourism drive in this country. We cannot have an effective tourism success without the culture and arts. I want to assure that when given the opportunity, we'll make sure that we work with the private sector, just as she started, and bring them on board. Because without festivals and the creative arts, we cannot achieve tourism. Tourists don't come here just to look at the roots. They want to see our culture, our dances, our festivals. So assurance is given that we work with the private sector and make sure that we achieve this goal set for ourselves. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ghana is said to have a very huge potential but underexploited. For the past years, we've seen wonderful private investment in the area of water tourism. In Adan, Nazim, if you go to Azum Nanam, Low Moon, Maha, Adan here, and in Latte, Aqua Safari. Our beaches and waterfronts, like Barakese, what can we do to make sure that we exploit these wonderful natural tourism sites to make sure that we derive maximum revenue from it, instead of allowing these beaches to become dumping sites, places for open defecation, and others?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ghana has about 540-kilometer coastline. We will not be able to effectively manage and resource these coastline resources. We have to involve the traditional rulers, especially in Accra and in the coastal areas, to help keep the beaches clean. We have to incentivize them, give them some incentives to make sure that they help keep the coastal clean. When we do that, again, marketing, private sector involvement, publicity, very, very important for us. When we have to do all this together, we think that our beaches are clean, work with other ministries like environment and sanitation, roads, etc., to make sure that we keep the beaches clean. When they are clean, we think that tourists will come and we can create the world for our people and job that will live for people. So it's about keeping the coastline and making our marine and coastline resources very effective, involving the private sector, and involving chiefs in the cleaning of our beaches and ensuring that we get the results that we desire. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my last, as you promised me, my last. Oh, follow up, okay.
Chairman, I'm grateful. There was an earlier question on packaging I find very significant. Packaging of festivals we have within our country. I think it was an important point the Honourable Member made. And for me, what I see as a challenge is that we tend to overly look at the outside world. Our drive to attract people to focus on what we have within. So in looking at what the outside world will find as interesting or attractive, what are you also doing, or what will you do to ensure that amongst ourselves, between regions and between districts, we ourselves will know what we have and that will have interest within? Yes. Domestic tourism. Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to UNWTO, 54% of all tourism is domestic, and that 46% is international. That simply means that we have a lot of potential within Ghana. What we need to do is to improve our sites and encourage people to move. In 2019, 620,000 Ghanaians moved around as internal tourism. We think, given the opportunity, we can make it 1.2 million people move around Ghana domestically. We need to get our media houses in Ghana to support us. One, be able to highlight the tourist potentials of our areas. It's very important that Ghanaians will incentivize and encourage to go around. When we do domestic tourism effectively, one, we are cementing national cohesion. People get to know each other and other places. We are going to reach swift income from urban areas to rural areas, and therefore reducing the rural-urban migration. We'll package internal tourism, encourage school children to go around, and like I said, I want to urge Parliament take the lead in the internal tourism drive. Corporate tourism, when people leave, we want to create them to move around the places and work together to make sure that the internal tourism potentials are well marketed and patronized. Thank you.
Yes. Chairman, I'm happy you've touched on it a bit. That's in my worrying area. Over the period, when I was in school, primary school, arts and culture was the principal subject on the timetable. At least twice in a week. I learned how to dance Adwa from primary school. I could dance all the dances across the country. Today, it's no more there. National ceremonies for arts and culture like Philip Kuku Night for choral music is off. And today, rather, we are inundated with Western a series, or what do I call it? Not telenovelas and things. When you sit down from morning till evening, the television stations, either an Indian film, an Asian film, South American film, this all throughout. And you don't even see one Ghanaian traditional culture dance or listen on any television unless you want Obonu. What are we going to do to inculcate our traditional systems and values and cultural practices in our youth instead of exposing them to these Western cultures? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to reiterate that without a strong cultural and artistic foundation, Ghana Tourism Drive will not achieve the desired results. It is therefore important that we build and strengthen our cultural strengths, our cultural heritage. That is why National Folklore has been established. That's why the National Film Authority has also been created. Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, we intend, given the nod, we intend to put up a $20 million studio, already working with the private sector, to make Ghana a hub for film and music and other artistic arts. This will make Ghana the hub of film in West Africa. In Nigeria, the film industry 2 years ago generated $590 million and supported 1 million jobs. In Hollywood, the film industry the same year generated 2.1 million jobs and raking about $12 billion. In Bollywood in India, it also generated about $4 billion. Ghana can do it if we have a studio that can make sure to produce movies, films, and to help in the creative arts sector. We want to build our creative arts and culture. Without a strong cultural and artistic background, tourism will not go. Mr. Chairman, if I may add, the tourist visitation in 2019 indicated that the tourists spent only 15% of their money on entertainment. 50%. The reason is that there isn't much entertainment. We can't allow them to come here and be looking at Western movies. So we want to set up the studio, as we were indicating, to help us to put up Ghanaian movie series. So at the prime time on television, we work with the private sector to ensure that at least 70% is local content. That can give us jobs for our people and create wealth in this country. So, Chairman, we need to make our artists, creative artists, we need to make them rich. We need to make them strong. That can boost our domestic drive. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Abdulkadir Central. No. Okaigwe Central.
Not the Dansuman MP, Fadama MP. Thank you, Chairman. Minister designate. In 1992, former President Rawlings initiated Emancipation Day. I'm building the point. President Kufuor continued with it with the Pana Fest and Emancipation Day, and also incorporated a right of abode policy into our Immigration Act. That gave Africans in the diaspora the right to live in Ghana indefinitely, and also had an effect on our Citizenship Act. Other major diaspora initiatives were undertaken by the Kufuor administration with the support of Honorable the late Jacob Echebin Lamte. It led to even a name change of the Tourism Ministry to Diaspora Relations. President Mills and President Mahama continued the tradition. They even held a diaspora colloquium in 2013. President Kufuor in 2018 launched the Year of Return, and I'm happy you mentioned how much Ghana raked in, over 3 billion. Remittances alone, according to Bank of Ghana figures, in 2020 generated $4 billion to the economy of Ghana. I have before me, with President Kufuor also relaunched the Beyond the Return, which should have happened last year but for the COVID. I have before me a memo, a joint memo, standing the names of Honorable Ambrose Derry, former Tourism Minister and MP for Christian Valley, Honorable Barbara Otin-Jesse, and Honorable Kenneth Freata, titled the Homeland Return Act, which encompasses what my brother Nilante talked about: festivals, diaspora relations, and what have you. That brings a total package on the tourism calendar. Are you aware of this document? And what are you going to do to have it laid before this House so that most of the plans that you are talking about will be captured in one document? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Homeland Return Act is an initiative by the government to help in African diasporans return to Ghana. After 400 years of they living the shores of Ghana, the act is intended to encourage Africans in diaspora who want to come back to this country and their children. Mr. Chairman, globalization has brought a lot of competition among countries for resources and skills. We are convinced that the Homeland Return Act will not only help the African diaspora who can come with competencies and skills, those come with money for investment, and that will help create the jobs that we need. Because, like I said, globalization has brought a lot of competition. And almost all diasporans see Ghana as their homeland. And this is where to give effect to the opportunity that Ghana is their homeland, therefore they have the opportunity to come to Ghana and stay, so I can benefit from their expertise and their funds and resources. Thank you.
Secondly, Honorable Minister Designate, President Kufuor, in his first term and under the leadership of Honorable Katrina Feku and her successor, the Christian MP, Barbara Otin-Jesse, Honorable, secured a loan of $40 million United States dollars, the first of its kind, to promote tourism, leisure, arts, and culture. We haven't heard a lot about the implementation or disbursement of this facility to develop our tourist sites and other ancillary facilities. What is the status of this project or program per your brief?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the $40 million facility was meant to do 4 things: to improve the tourist enabling environment, enterprise some of the tourism sector, build capacity of players within it, and to improve some tourist sites in the country to enhance tourist stations and revenue. And I'm giving the nod by this August committee, Mr. Chairman. I would have to look at it and see where it's gotten to, and give the necessary drive, energize the process, and make sure that it is implemented according to schedule. Thank you.
Lastly, Minister, domestic tourism. Ghanaians love to travel. They go to Dubai and what have you, Gambia. You have over 400,000 public servants. And they don't even know Tamale. They don't know Larabanga, they don't know Cape Coast, they don't know the Tiwa Mountains. They haven't been to Bolga.
Honorable Member, your own children, where do they know apart from Accra and your father's home?
My children, I have made a conscious effort that every vacation I take them to one region. Very important.
That's the beginning.
Yes. So, Minister, what package are you going to put in place? At least for a deliberate program for public servants. Just to start with, that's a big community. That when they are on leave or on vacation, they visit some of these local tourist sites in Ebri, Mole, Cape Coast, Asemanso, the Hanging Bridge at Ablekuma West. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Internal tourism, domestic tourism is very important for Ghana and for Ghana. Mr. Chairman, when given the nod, we intend to package internal tourism to attract minimum of 1 million visitation within Ghana in terms of internal tourism. What we need to do is to make a package with the hotel owners, transporters, airline operators, and food vendors. We would package in such a way that, as it says, there are about 500,000 civil servants, but also church religious tourism. We also want to show that school children, or catch them young, school children are encouraged to go from Accra to Wa to Tamale to Bolga to Volta region. It's very important for us to do that. As I said earlier, we are targeting 1 million internal tourists every year. That we hope will create a lot of jobs for our people within the down value chain, hotels, food, transport, even cleaners. So our project is to make sure that our plan, strategy, is to package internal tourist sites. So that tourism can also create national cohesion, national unity, and like I said, distribute income from urban areas to rural areas. As they go, they will spend money, and the rural economy will energize and sustain for development. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Mr. Nominee, my big brother, Dr. Awal Mohammed Ibrahim. Your last post was Minister for Business Development. So you are the minister responsible for business development, basically. And from your CV, you were to coordinate and develop a policy space governing business development. In this country, we have gotten to a situation where some businesses are described as NBC businesses, and other businesses are described as NPP businesses. And when NBC is in power, NPP businesses must be killed. And when NPP is in power, NDC businesses must be killed. We thought that developing the procurement laws will create a level playing field for all businesses, because government is the biggest provider of business, most likely, in this country. We thought the procurement law would provide that opportunity for a level playing field. But you go and look at the statistics of sole sourcing at the procurement authority, and clearly a fair level playing field is not being created for business. We created the Ghana Exim Bank, thinking that there will be financial support for businesses that would engage in international trade and export. As Minister for Business Development, did you pay attention to these critical issues that underpin our capacity to be able to develop businesses across regimes in this country? What did you do? What policy did you develop to ensure that there isn't the discrimination that we see in supporting businesses across party lines and etc.? What did you do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 2017, when Excellency President Akufo-Addo nominated me, he told me this: "You are a businessman. I want you to initiate policies to make sure that Ghanaian businesses grow, especially small businesses." The Chairman, small businesses constitute about 85% of all businesses in this country. And our mandate and our initiative was to look at the Ghanaian, not about politics. So in all our initiatives, we looked at the Ghanaian. Ghanaians have relationships. It's not about NDC, MPP. They have relationships across. So, Mr. Chair, what we did, we had about 5-6 initiatives: Presidential Business Support Program, Presidential Pitch, Empowerment for Women with Disability, Campus Business Pitch, and then Presidential Empowerment for Disability for Males. All that we did was that we announced that we have this initiative. Presidential Pitch instance of Presidential Business Support Program that created 96,000 jobs. We advertise it that we want people who have business ideas to apply. When they applied, we had people from all over the country. And the criteria never included which party you belonged. No. The most important thing is, are you Ghanaian? You have a business plan, a model that can be supported? If yes, a panel sits around, vets you, and then gives you the support. So I think that Ghana is a whole. We are Ghanaians first and foremost, and business doesn't know party colors. We must support Ghanaian businesses irrespective of the party that the person comes from. When businesses improve, they also employ people. I don't think they follow whether a party or party B. Ghanaian businesses must be supported irrespective of their party colors. That's the way we can grow a country and make Ghana an important country in the community of nations in the world. Thank you.
There's a lot more to do around that. Marine Drive Tourism Investment Project, 215.7 acres of land. I don't know if you have read through the project document. Have you read the project document?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Marine Drive.
It's just a question. Have you read the project document? I'm going to ask you a question. I need to know if you have read through the project document.
I've been briefed.
Pardon?
I've been briefed.
You have engaged?
Briefed.
Oh, you have been briefed, but you haven't read the project document. Okay. All right. I mean, it's a major project involving 217 acres of, I believe, the most valuable land in Accra today, apart from maybe airport residential area or cantonments. Now, you are going to that ministry, assuming this parliament approves you. What guarantee do we have? And do you promise this house that when you get there, you would account to us the mechanism by which you are going to allocate the lands to developers? Will you be fair? Will it be through transparent public auctions? Can we get that assurance? And will you report to Parliament how fair and transparent the process of allocating these lands for the development and engaging developers will be?
Thank you, Chairman. The process has begun, and I'm given a note by this committee, but I can assure the House that I'm going to look into it and make sure that the needful is done. We cannot wait any longer. So if I want to assure the House that I'll take the necessary steps to ensure that we activate it and make sure that it goes very well according to the schedule.
The question is not a schedule for the implementation of the project. The question is specific. It is 215.7 acres of land, prime land, one of the best lands in the country. And you are supposed to engage developers to develop the whole place. You are likely to be dividing it into lots and giving out. Question is, can you assure us, assuming you become the minister, that the process for selecting developers and allocating these lands will be transparent by public auction, and you report to this House how you allocate and determine people who will use this, who will develop these lands? That's a specific question I'm asking.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, due process will be followed. The right thing will be done. Thank you.
Last question is, I've looked at the handing over notes of the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Arts, and they propose that we develop Aquaba hotels across the country. How will you achieve that? Because that's a very important initiative. How will you achieve that project?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Aqua hotels are supposed to be luxury hotels to encourage domestic tourism. I think it's a very important concept and idea, and I would want to follow up and ensure that it's done. At least one in each region. Thank you.
Yes, Reverend.
I'm grateful, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Doc, on your nomination. On Panifest and Emancipation, Asin Manso plays host to the monumental Emancipation celebration since its inception in 1998 for 23 years and 23 consecutive times. Asin Manso has hosted Emancipation, which has attracted thousands of tourists from the diaspora. Unfortunately, the tourism potential of the Asin Manso Slave Monument has been woefully underdeveloped. There is no guest house, there is no rest stop, and the Slave River itself, which has been the thrust of attraction, is left at the mercy of the weather. Now, 23 years on, what assurance can you give to this committee of your commitment to develop an integrated Asin Manso Slave Monument and its ancillary tourism potentials in order to maximize the gains that this country can benefit from that sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Asin Manso project is a very important one. Indeed, the whole slave route from the north to Asin Manso and the exit point is very important for us. I want to assure this committee that when I'm giving the nod, we would make sure that we develop it into an iconic tourist site to attract visitation and to improve facilities and make sure that it's one of the best facilities in this country. I can give it assurance, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are grateful for that assurance. Secondly, in March 2019, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, signed an MOU, 5 MOUs as a matter of fact, with Malta. Eminent among these MOUs was an MOU on tourism promotion to form a partnership and collaboration between these two countries to promote investment into the tourism industry. As we speak, that MOU has not been tabled to Parliament for ratification, even for the benefits intended to be actualized. If you have obtained briefing on these MOUs, can you assure the committee of what urgent steps you will take to bring this MOU and any other related beneficial MOU that is pending ratification so that Parliament can ratify and for the intended benefits to be operationalized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I'm given the opportunity by this August committee, I want to assure the House that that MOU and other MOUs and such arrangements will be looked into and make sure that we speed up and bring it to Parliament for ratification and for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Arts has a campaign to promote See Ghana, Eat Ghana, Wear Ghana, Feel Ghana, just to promote Made in Ghana goods, to participate in Made in Ghana goods. Now we are promoting tourism, but whilst tourism flourishes in our country, you realize that we are rather promoting
foreign culture or regards to what we eat. If you move from one hotel to another during lunchtime, you realize that all meals that have been served is a full rice from foreign countries as against our local rice. So if it is laudable to promote See Ghana, Eat Ghana, and so on and so forth, what are you going to do practically to ensure that Ghanaians develop taste, develop interest in what we produce locally so that we can patronage it to support tourism in our country?
Thank you, Chairman. In most of our hotels, as you said, it's a lot of foreign food. From our research, we've been told the big star hotels, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, that they are trying to develop a recipe menu. There's no recipe menu on Ghanaian dishes. So, when given the nod, we're going to help them. They've started something to develop a recipe menu so I can use that in the Ghanaian big hotels. And like I said, we need to do more engagement with the private sector and to do a lot of promotions to make sure that Ghanaians appreciate and eat our food, wear our clothes, feel Ghana, and then market Ghana. It's a collaboration between the public, between the ministry and the various stakeholders to let you appreciate. We don't only do it among adults, we also want to go down to the schools. We want to give in tourism, arts, and cultural education, together with the Ministry of Education, in the various schools. We want to send tourism, arts, education, and cultural education there. One of the things we want to do, Mr. Chairman, is to promote the reading of news in local languages. Most of our children, we speak to them in English. They can't speak their local languages. We think that if you want to institute a reading competition between the ages of 10 and 18 across the country, that they can start reading news and enacting plays in our local language as part of efforts. Because our culture is us, it's our language, it's what we eat and what we wear. So one step that we'll do, one given a nod, is to encourage our young people, a regular annual intellectual competition for our people, our children between the ages of 10 to 18, to read news in a local language for which we give them prizes and awards. And want to urge Parliament to support it in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when the nominee is given the nod, his ministry will be responsible for maintaining tourist sites and discovering new ones to develop them. Recently, a waterfall was found in Bonzan, a community called Bonzan, in the Jaboso district. Developing it has become a problem because of lack of resources. What will you do to ensure that that waterfall that has been discovered in Bonzan will be developed to add up to the several waterfalls that we have in the country, to also rake in some revenue for the state?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we indicated, we need to maintain the old sites and to add on, or need to improve tourism participation and tourism revenue in this country. So I want to assure you that we would look at all that, and also want to urge you that wherever you find such attractions, please draw attention so that together we can develop those sites for tourist attractions and for investment. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Ablekuma West. Now I got it right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And congratulations, Honorable Awal. I believe that having just been the Minister for Business Development, you see the business potential of our tourism sector even better than anyone else. And so, if given the nod, I have no doubt that you would transform that sector to be one of the highest revenue earners in this country. To be able to do that, we need to maximize the benefit that we get from our tourists sites. How are you going to work to preserve our tourist sites? I've been to Pargrand's house, which is over 100 years old, in Axim. And the trees growing through that house, almost next door to it is the first bank in West Africa. That is also with a roof. But the locals know, they will tell you that this is what is there. We also have many castles than anywhere else in Africa, I believe. And yet they are all in serious states of disrepair. And it's not even attractive to visit them and to even learn the history behind those tourist sites. What would you do? One, to preserve those tourist sites. Two, to step up the education and awareness creation about of those sites and their relevance to our history, all in an attempt to spare more interest in visiting and knowing about those sites.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As indicated, when I'm given the nod by this Honorable House, we intend to increase tourism visitation from 1.1 million visitors, which has been the highest, to an average of 1.5 to 2 million visitation every year. We want tourism as important to be one contributor to our GDP. The GT has already started working on tourist facilities. We have 29 museums and forts in this country. And with forts and castles, 29 forts and castles and 8 museums in this country. The GT has started a program to rehabilitate all those forts and castles, to bring them to speed. We're also trying to look at the tourist receptive facilities around all those places to make them attractive. We want, when given the nod, Mr. Chairman, we will again look at them and package them properly. Ghana has some of the best tourist facilities in the world. We need to package them, bring them up to speed, and then use the media, both local and international media, to sell those facilities. Already under the World Bank program, we've engaged CNN, and it's doing a lot of promotion for us. We also have to look at within Africa. Nigeria is an important destination in terms of tourist attractions. USA is number 1, followed by Nigeria. So we want to be able to make sure that we package this media, not just on CNN, also that within African media and Ghanaian media, make them attractive to get the necessary tourists in this country. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, during the time of Honorable Jacob Echebilamte, peace, and Ferdinand Eyim, may his soul also rest in peace, they had a program around the World Tourism Day celebrations, a week-long program where they took journalists and marketed it to interested people to come along, and they would plan a whole itinerary. You visit various sites, accommodation, transportation, everything is a package deal, is paid for. It is through that program that my children learned to see every part of the country and follow the Salaga slave route, Tanobuaso rock caves, Kintampo waterfalls, Bobri butterfly sanctuary, and various other places. And very close to Accra is the Shai Hills Forest Reserve, which is a world away from the hustle and bustle of Accra. As you're thinking about promoting domestic tourism, I'd urge this program upon you to reactivate it and see how the ministry can take the lead, working with private tour operators to open up our country so that our children can learn about the very beautiful country that we have and our wonderful heritage as well. It's been done before. This was about 20 years ago, but it worked brilliantly. And I'm sure many of the journalists who were on those tours would still remember them brilliantly. I went feeding the monkeys in Wabing Fiema, and it's an experience I'll never forget. We have an extraordinarily beautiful country, but many of us don't even know about it. We travel for funerals We don't take the time to see the world around us because we don't know what's available there. And so even publicizing those sites, one major way of stirring up interest in the sector. And so I'd urge you to look through the books of the ministry and reactivate this program, this excellent program as well. And there are very innovative tour operators around who can also package a similar thing. So would you give us the assurance that you look into reactivating this and other similar programs to showcase the beautiful country that we have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to assure that we will activate it and more. We want to do a program around Ghana. GT is already doing something. We want to do around Ghana in 10 days. This involves encouraging Ghanaians, children, adults, corporate businesses, entities, to see Ghana within 10 days. We want to do that with the private sector, hotel owners, travel and tour agencies. We have 500 tour guides in this country. We want to retrain them so that they can master the arts of all the cultural sites and their history. Besides that, we're going to put up a lot of more tourist attractions around the country to encourage people. So we have around Ghana in 10 days. And within those places too, it's not just about the physical things they see. Our music, our drama, our dancing, all are very important as a package. As I said again, we're going to have a successful tourism promotion without an effective cultural and artistic displays in this country. So for me, tourism, arts and culture are intertwined. They have to ride on each other. So I want to assure you that we'll go back to that and even increase it to make sure that Ghanaians know Ghana through tourism, arts and culture. And that can cement national unity, national cohesion, and redistribution of income again from urban to rural areas. Thank you.
Talking about, as a follow-up to the answer you just gave, talking about promoting arts and culture, as has been some of the questions that were asked earlier, we seem to be consuming more foreign culture than we do our own, mainly because one, either as parents, we're not educating our children about our own uniqueness and what binds us together as Ghanaians. Makes us uniquely Ghanaian and makes us stand out from the rest of the continent and the world in which we live. What are you going to do to promote education about what makes us unique? Now, even our own arts and cultures are not, and sculptures, paintings are not appreciated by ourselves. It's foreigners who come here and enjoy it more than we do because we kind of take it for granted. And so even opening our eyes about what we have and what we take for granted, the furniture we use, the traditional furniture we used to have, which we also look down upon. When people are renovating their homes, they throw out hardwood furniture and go and buy chipboard furniture. And I keep asking myself, what's wrong with us? You know, it is something that we need to appreciate as individuals so that we can pass on that knowledge to our children and make it. If you go to Japan, it is part and parcel of their upbringing that they teach them kimono wearing, what makes their own food unique, and even the geishas, hairstyles, and all of that. It's a whole package. So what are we going to do to promote what makes us uniquely Ghanaian and pass on that love for what makes us uniquely Ghanaian to our children and to generations yet unborn? And that should be one of the main activities that you undertake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ghana, one of the unique selling positions of Ghana is our rich cultural heritage, our music, our dance, our folklore. We will pay more attention to the development of this sector. Like I said earlier, we're going to have an effective tourism drive without strengthening our arts and cultural basis. As I indicated earlier, Already we are securing 50 million cedis, if given the nod, to support players in the creative art industry. That will help them build their competencies. We're also going to ensure that we have the National Arts and Culture Festival, an annual Arts and Culture Festival from across the regions to Accra, to make it a national event. There will be regional ones and national ones. Also, we're going to set up, as I said before, when given the opportunity by this August House, a national studio to develop a mini series, a $20 million national studio to develop mini series for the country. Because the content we have, as I said, is all foreign. When we develop it, we also want to work with this house, and I want to play this house that would soon come with, for you to help us, that prime time on television stations work along with the private media, and for the media house, 70% of content should be local, between 7 and 10 p.m. prime times, and then further. But to be able to do that, we also have the local content. So the studios help develop the music, the films, and make Ghana attractive and the music and film hub of West Africa. When we do that, we're not going to guarantee jobs and more resources. We're going to build our culture and make sure that our children grow up with the culture that we inherited from our great-grandparents. I want to assure the House that with your support, this is what we intend to do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the cost of hotel accommodation is one of the main factors which militate against the growth of the domestic tourist industry. In Ghana, hotel accommodation is very expensive. What would you do to work with the private sector to reduce the price so it's more affordable for people to be able to move out of their homes, even during COVID? I'm sure many people feel cooped up. So if they were assured of a facility that will enable them to get some break and where all the protocols would be observed and it was affordable, they would go. I know there are hotels in this country that are fully booked, even during this season. So if we were to encourage more domestic tourism and make it more affordable, more people would take advantage of that. How are you going to work with the private sector to ensure that, despite the challenges of the pandemic, we can still open up our country sufficiently to enable more people take advantage of the little breaks that we need to make us all stay safe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have about 50,000 rooms in our hotels in this country. We need a minimum of 150,000 rooms. So the cost of the hotels is a demand and supply factor. But in terms of domestic tourism, as I indicated, when given the nod by this August committee, what we intend to do is to engage with the private sector, with the hotels, that there's a captive market for you. We intend to get 1 million people, Ghanaians, going around Ghana every year in terms of domestic tourism. And for that to happen, we engage the private hotels to give us a cut in terms of pricing, so that can encourage Ghanaians to travel around the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, in an earlier answer to a question posed, you made a firm commitment to protect the various heritage sites that we have and tourist sites that we have. Are you aware that the tourist site known as the Accra Falls in the eastern region, ahead of the 2020 election, was turned into a kind of training camp for the national security?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, as a follow-up, I am giving you that as an information. Would you be willing to investigate that? And would you be willing, when approved, to investigate that and take steps to recover that site for the tourism industry?
Please, not the hotel again. The hotel, the name, please.
The name is the Accra Falls. AKAA Falls. It's in the eastern region. Yes. And the question is, would you be willing to investigate that and possibly take steps to preserve that site for the industry?
Please, allow. Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, kindly answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, we will take steps to ensure that hotels are functioning effectively.
Actually, he said a waterfall. Is it a property belonging to the Ministry of Tourism? Are you aware?
Mr. I'm not aware. I'll find out, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so I think my intention is to draw your attention so that when confirmed, you can take steps to recover that site for the ministry. Now, the second question is that about some 600 million Ghana cedis was shared with aid, and I'm aware that about 300,000 small businesses received these grants. Are you aware how many of these businesses work in tourism and whether you know the criteria by which they got that grant?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware some operators in the tourism sector got. How many of them? I don't know.
So what step would you take to ensure that the World Bank grant for ecotourism is fairly distributed among all industry players?
Sorry, question again.
I'm saying that there is a World Bank grant for ecotourism. I'm asking what steps would you take to ensure fair distribution of this grant for all players in the industry?
So, Sean, we ensure that the right thing is done equitably. Thank you.
My very final question has to do with Ghana's ranking by the World Travel and Tourism, by the World Economic Forum. Now, according to the World Economic Forum, Ghana ranked 115th in the 2019 World Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Annual Rankings. And Ghana is 15th in Africa, says the report. And as we speak now, countries like Zambia, Namibia, and Zimbabwe have all passed Ghana in this ranking. What would you do to improve Ghana's ranking in this in tourism in the international space?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As indicated, tourism is a function of arts and culture. We have a comprehensive plan to improve on our arts and culture, our tourism facilities, so I can improve both domestic and international tourism. So I want to assure the House that when given the opportunity, we'll have a package that will enable 1 million Ghanaians do domestic tourism. We'll make sure that tourism sites around the country are improved, new ones even discovered. We'll also ensure that at least, as indicated, 1.5 million people visit this country every year. That will certainly improve our tourist visitation and our tourist ranking. Thank you.
Yeah, so in connection, it's a quick follow-up. In connection with building of the structures, upon your nomination, I think there was this perception out there, and that was shared by some people in the entertainment industry. For example, Ola Michael said that Awal's appointment as tourism minister is disappointing because he doesn't have the capacity to build the structures. What would you say to this allegation out there or this perception out there?
Sorry, don't answer. Somebody's view of you is not
But it's out there. So
if you have your own view, ask him.
Right.
Anyone here? Yes, Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one of the tourist potentials we have in our country is the rich forest. I know the big tree, the biggest tree in Ghana, happens to be the biggest tree in West Africa. Do you know the location of this tree and how developed is that area for tourist purposes?
Honorable Minister, do you know where it is?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I asked a very important question because the biggest tree in Ghana here happens to be the biggest in the whole West Africa and is located in the Akim Odan forest. A lot of people have been going there for tourism. That is why the tourist minister must know and develop the area so that Ghana can make some.
Can you ask your next question?
Nominee. It's good you have been very fair, you have been candid to the committee. You don't know. It is located in Akumoda. So it is an area that you have to look at to see what can be done to develop the area for tourism. Now my second question has to do with the 96,000 jobs you claim you have created within the last 4 years. We said you have created 96,000 jobs. Can you share with the committee the specifics in terms of the jobs that you have created? Because reading from the 2019 budget, specifically paragraph 701, you trained some entrepreneurs and provided them with some support. And you stated that it is expected that each of these entrepreneurs will create a minimum of 2 jobs. Will create a minimum of 2 jobs. So after training them and provided them with some funds, you thought that they were going to create 2 jobs, 2 jobs, 2 jobs. Probably the obligation of that gave you the 96,000 jobs we are talking about. That is why I'm asking of the specifics.
Mr. Chairman, we trained 45,000 under the Presidential Business Support Program. We trained 45,000 young entrepreneurs and funded over 9,000 of them with sums ranging between 5,000 and 100,000 cedis each. So, Chairman, we are expecting, one of the discussions we had with them was that minimum of two jobs, minimum. The Chairman, as I said now, many of them have created even 20 jobs. As at before the pandemic, most of them had even created 20 jobs per person. It's not just about the funding, it's not about the capacity we build them. You see, when we meet young entrepreneurs, what we do is to find out their most important business model. Some of them, it's not about money. It's about capacity building in finance. It's about building their capacity in different things such as finance, such as marketing, such as branding, such as insurance. So the training we give them expands their horizon, gives the ability to employ people. So while some have created 2 jobs, others have created more than 10 jobs. And then if you train 45,000 people and then funded some of them, if even 45,000 should employ even 2 people, 4,000 people who have been from the training, we're talking about 90,000 jobs already. And after that, we've funded 9,000 plus. So it's not a minimum, it's a minimum of 2 jobs, but not an average, not a maximum of 2 jobs. So it's been created. And we have names of businesses that are there to see. We have their names and their locations that can see that they've created jobs, including persons with disability. There's a woman with disability doing fish, one doing cocoa and kose. When we gave her the money, the cocoa and kose in Accra here, she's employing 11 people. The one doing fish and tema, she's erected she's got up a fish cold store, and she's got about 13 people. So it's a minimum of 2 jobs, and not a maximum of that. Thank you.
You are counting the number of jobs you have created. You talk about those employed at the cold stores that you have. supported. These people have also been counted. They have been counted as part of the jobs created in the fisheries industry. Are we not double counting these numbers? Because you know that in the fisheries industry, they also look at the number of people that they have engaged in the whole process, from harvesting to consumption. That is what they do. And in fact, when you look at the figures, they indicate to us that right from harvesting of fish to consumption, they employ about 2.6 million people in this country. Now that includes those who deal with the cold stores, but you have also counted them. That will eventually give us a very huge number because of this double counting that I'm talking about. Is that not correct?
So we're not dealing with only fishing sector. We have agribusiness, we have media, we have trade and commerce, etc. So it's not just the fishing sector. We have more than 10 subsectors, Mr. Chairman. So our figures are correct, Mr. Chairman.
And you said Kose, those who sell Kose to you have given them jobs. Is that what you said? No, he said that. He said orange and Kose. He mentioned it.
He said he supported a disabled woman who was making cocoa, and that woman has employed 11 more. Yes, Honorable Patricia President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Frank. We've been having a very broad discussion about how to improve on the tourism sector. Can you hear me? We've been having a very broad discussion on how to improve on the tourism sector. But what I want specifically from you is that in your view, what are the major selling points for Ghana tourism sector in the next 4 years so that you may occupy the seat as a minister for that sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ghana has so many attractive elements that can make it one of the best tourism destinations in the world. Mr. Chairman, Ghana is our center of the world. It's the only unique center of the world that the world has. Our festivals are very rich. Our culture, our dances, our music. And Ghana is very stable in terms of political stability in West Africa. So we are politically stable. We have rich culture in terms of music, art, dance, sculpture. And then we also have a lot of forts and castles. As I said, 28 forts and castles in this country, more than any other place around the world, and 8 museums. So these are unique selling points as a tourist destination. Thank you.
A follow-up, please. I agree with you. We have all these physical edifices. But one of the things that we shouldn't lose sight of is our sanitation, our water supply, our road networks. What I want to ask is that how are you going to collaborate? You know, it's all inclusive, it's a multi-sectoral nature. There is the need to have a very good collaboration with all the other sectors that can assist to enhance most of these selling points that we have. How are you? Do you have a deliberate strategy to look at that issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, tourism, arts and culture is multi-sectorial. Today, we want to even digitize most of our tourist sites, so that we need to collaborate with Ministry of Communications. Those tourist sites have to be improved with Ministry of Transport, Roads and Highways. Attorney General's Office, we need to do that. Ministry of Finance, even Foreign Affairs. When we tend to send our drummers and creative artists outside to perform, we need our collaboration. So we intend to build an effective intersectoral collaboration, ministerial collaboration, to enhance our tourist, to enhance Ghana's tourist destination and improve upon our tourist sites. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question is, how do you plan to enhance tourism promotion at our airports? You agree with me that the first experience of every traveler is at the airport. And like most other countries, they try to exhibit the cultures and the kind of activities or centers to take people through what to expect within there. I don't think we have it in our airport. So how do you plan to do that? Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. The airports are very important entry points into this country. The Chairman, when giving the nod, we also plan to do a lot of promotion and signages at the airport. And the hotels, Mr. Chairman, since we want to make Ghana a tourist attractive destination, most all our inscriptions, our signages at the airports and the hotels are in English. We intend to also add at least French to the signages at various airports and entry points, and build a lot more tourist information centers around the country to give visitors a lot of tourist information. So most hotels owners work with the private sector to ensure that their signages and inscriptions in their hotels are also French and English to attract more tourists from the West African Francophone areas. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I should go on to this one. The movie industry only popular, but prosperous. All over the world, you find people in there, especially in America and other advanced countries, you find them to be very rich people. But the Ghanaian situation is the opposite. When given the nod, what would you do differently to make the industry think, to get more people interested in our movie industry? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I indicated earlier that if given the opportunity by this Honorable House, we intend to set up a studio, a modern movie and music studio to make Ghana the hub of movie and creative arts in West Africa. We've gone very far with about $20 million facility to make it. The movie will help us to create mini-series and create local content, Ghanaian movies, so that that can also help enrich our culture and make our children in the generations yet to come interesting. Like I said, when tourists come to this country, an exit interview showed that they spend only 15% of their money on entertainment, because they don't have enough of local content. So we think that they can spend up to 30-40% of their resources on moving. So we intend to set up a studio, film studio, to make Ghana an attractive hub for films in the South region that can help produce local movies and enrich our culture and our heritage. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Honorable Nominee. I have two questions. The first one is to do with your previous portfolio. You are moving from the Business Development Ministry to a new portfolio, and I want you to share with this House. You would agree with me that the SMEs form the bulk of the businesses around here and actually help to grow the economy. I want you to tell us how you leverage your experience from the Business Development Ministry to help grow the SMEs in the art and culture industry within the tourism ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. SMEs are 80% of businesses in this country. Ghana has about 2.3 million SMEs, and the tourism, arts, and culture sector has a lot of them. At Ministry of Business Development, we have to build an ecosystem that encourages young people to build businesses for themselves. Mr. Chairman, Ghana, 250,000 people out of our tertiary institutions every year. Very few of them are able to get jobs. So we have to build an ecosystem that encourages young people to own their own jobs and to be job creators. When given the nod, Mr. Chairman, we intend to duplicate this at the tourism sector, where we can train young people and also give them resources to stand on their own. And women are very important. 56% of tourist players are women. I mean, we have a special package for women, growing women to own business and to survive. Most of them are just nursery entrepreneurs. We need to take them from being nursery entrepreneurs to opportunity entrepreneurs so that they can expand and employ more people. So the experience is that both an ecosystem that enables young people, especially women and youth, to be able to build their own businesses and employ people and then make the tourist sector tick. That's our intent to leverage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question is to do with the tourism sites directly. There is a beautiful confluence of the Volta Lake around Akamade Nkwanta in the Salaga South constituency. Having used that river on many of my tours, I get the impression that it has a lot of tourism potential, and so it's being underutilized. Of course, it will come with providing infrastructure, hotels, and all. I don't know if it will be of interest to you to pay attention to the Volta Lake and see how we can leverage its advantages to increase the tourism potential of this country. Tied to that is, of course, the slave markets, the slave dams in Salaga itself. And Madam Honorable Patricia made the point about infrastructure. These tourism sites don't exist in isolation. You know, if you want to, for example, promote the Salaga trade market, it's going to be a Herculean task for you because the road to Salaga is not good. You get to Salaga, electricity fluctuations is a problem. So getting a good hotel where people can stay becomes a challenge. So how will you collaborate with all these other ministries that will help facilitate the promotion of some of these beautiful tourism sites that have been left to deteriorate? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As said earlier, tourism, arts and culture is an integrated sector. It's interministerial, and we need interministerial collaboration. It's a very important point, and if I'm given a nod, I would work with you. Here how we can develop the place. But we need all the sectors in the country: roads, energy, finance, attorney general, environment, lands and natural resources. So I can assure you that I'm going to work collaboratively with my colleagues, if given or not, to improve not only the old existing tourist sites, but even to improve, to look for new ones and improve upon them for tourist attractions in this country. Thank you.
Yes, John.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to congratulate my boss and to thank His Excellency the President for giving him this special role at the Ministry of Tourism, because he's been appointed at a time that that ministry needs creativity and innovation to become very competitive. When he was even the Minister for Business Development, he was doing more than tourism and selling Ghana. I remember one of our trips to Germany when we met the Westphalian Parliament in Cologne. You gave each of the Committee on Foreign Affairs members, you gave each one of them a special kente from Ghana. When we got to the Bundestag Parliament in Berlin, you gave the Special Committee on Foreign Affairs a special kente from Ghana. And I believe that you are going to promote Ghana kente, especially the Bonyere kente, and make it a special heritage in our dealings with other parts of the world. I just want to thank my boss for his mentorship. I don't have any question. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, you're welcome. Let me take you home. I'm happy you have spoken eloquently about domestic tourism.
something I also agree with earlier questioners that we must pay attention to, because it enables many to know our country well. And so when they have opportunities to take decisions, they take those decisions based on their correct understanding of our country, because we tend to have a lot of people, in my view, in decision-making across the country who don't know beyond the three major cities, Accra, Kumasi, and Takoradi. So I think that is something you must pay attention to. But you and I come from Northern Region. So we know that when they talk of the Mole Park, it is now in Savannah. When they talk of the Salga Slave, it's now in Savannah too. Even that's what I'm saying, we know. Some people think it's not. We know it's not, because there's a difference. When they talk of the Paga Pond, it is in the Upper East region. Some people don't know that. It is not to everybody. In fact, this morning I got a message from somebody who was drawing my attention to a woman who is suffering in Upper East, and he wants me to, lead the charge. And it's all based on that misunderstanding of our country and the locations. So, for me, the Mole Dagong have had a long history, Moshis and Dagombes especially. In my constituency in Kambli, almost every Moshi across the world, and Kambli is just opposite your family house too. Almost every Moshi around the world knows about Kambli. Recently, making rounds in the community, I was told of where the popular Moshi man was buried, which has led to that tradition or belief that Moshis cannot sleep over in Kambli. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed. They can't sleep in Kambli. They cannot sleep in Kambli. They can't pass the night there. Yes, that's a traditional belief. The popular Moshiman who was buried there, where that notion started, they showed me the place. Unfortunately, the grave. Unfortunately, it has been sealed, and someone has put the house on it now, and all of that. So, I want you to assure this committee that when you become a minister, you will hunt in the Northern Region some of this underdeveloped, in the Northern Region, some of these underdeveloped sites in the Northern Region that will promote tourism, which will eventually lead to eradication, if not reduction, of rural poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to assure the honourable member that I'll have to work with honourable members here, not only to preserve sites and locations, but to unearth new ones across the country, particularly in the Northern Region. Thank you. I want to assure you that.
Now, professionals in the creative arts industry have also been asking for an enhanced arts center. Growing up, I recall the activities we used to undertake at the existing cultural center, which is now almost a death trap. No activity really takes place there now. In the Northern Region Cultural Center, thank you, Arts Center, Tamale. We used to have events only at the Picona Gardens. It was one of the popular event centers. Today, most events are organized at the stadium, the Kaladan, no, not the Kaladan, the Awal Mohammed Stadium. That is where most events are hosted. Now, professionals in the creative arts industry have been calling for an enhanced arts center or a special sitting theater in the north. What will be your efforts in that direction to provide one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been efforts to rehabilitate or provide Center for Cultures across the country. That of Kofrodia, I'm told, has been completed. Kumasi is ongoing. When given the opportunity by this August committee, we will finish the one in Tamale. We'll renovate it. It's a very, I know they all played there when we were kids. It's an important location that we can use to promote our arts and culture in the northern region. Tamale and Takrady are on the drawing board, which we will be able to finish in the shortest possible period, and improve upon other such facilities around the country to promote our indigenous culture. Thank you. I want to assure that it's something I'll take up seriously.
This may also be an assurance because you haven't been there. There's this company known as Pro Race Company. I don't know if it is Recce or Race, but it is spelled P-R-O-R-E-C-E. Pro Race Company Limited. It was paid an amount of 1.2 million Ghana cedis to construct a number of toilet facilities in Greater Accra, Bessie, and Elmina, and then also 2 units, 3 units, and another 3 units at Cape Coast, Lower Axim, Upper Axim, respectively. And the completion dates for this project were supposed to be March 2019. As we speak, the report is that no work has been done, but they have been paid fully to do this, and this is under the ministry. What will you do about the need for these projects to be completed once you get the nod?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure we should have a file at the ministry. I'll look into it and make sure that the right thing is done, but also be grateful if I found the details from you so I can pick it up when I'm given the nod by this committee. Thank you.
I thank you.
Yes,
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to raise the matter of an opportunity that we don't seem to be exploring aggressively these days. Following, and this, came to mind following the announcement last week by the iconic musician Stevie Wonder that he intends to relocate to Ghana because he believes that as an African, he will be valued, he will be more respected, and he will feel more at home. And he doesn't want his children and grandchildren growing up in the United States, which is still grappling with institutional racism. In our Immigration Act, the Immigration Act of 2000, Act 573, I don't know if the Honorable nominee has averted his mind to that act. Under Section 17(1)(b), the law provides that the minister, in consultation with the president, can grant citizenship to a person of African descent in the diaspora. And this has been in our Immigration Act since the 1960s. President Nkrumah used it quite skillfully. He attracted W.E.B. Du Bois, Julian Bond, Marcus Garvey. They all relocated. Those were the days that Ghana was referred to as Black Mecca. And you saw a lot of, African greats like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, all of them journeying to Ghana, a pilgrimage of a sort. So this is beyond just year of return or beyond a return. This is granting citizenship and attracting them permanently to come and live with us, invest, and be part of our growth as a people. Senegal is attracting a lot of them these days. You see what Akon is doing the Akon City, a $6 billion investment. Ludacris is also on a big investment in Gabon. He's been granted citizenship in Gabon. How do you intend to go back to this tradition we've had, the Pan-African rich tradition that Kwame Nkrumah started, with the opportunity that the Ghana Immigration Act, Section 17, 1B provides, the right of abode? How do you intend to skillfully use this to attract many more Stevie Wonders to come back home and to invest and live with us more permanently, beyond PANAFest and Year of Return, just visiting and going back? I'm referring to a more permanent, granting them citizenship, the right of abode opportunity that we have in our laws. Have you averted your mind, and policy-wise, how do you intend to pursue this path?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the Year of Return, which is a 10-year project, would help. Thank you for this opportunity. But the Homeland Return Act is also another important step towards that. Under this Homeland Return Act, we are encouraging Africans in the diaspora, all Africans, because this is their home. Ghana is the home of Africans in the diaspora. Under the Homeland Return Act, we are encouraging them and their children to come and stay here permanently and make it their home. If given the nod by this August body, Mr. Chairman, we want to engage Rwanda to be an ambassador for us, to fetch more people with expertise, with skills, and with competence, and then money. The most important thing is to bring in their money to invest in Ghana and create jobs and wealth for our people. We want to do that. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, my second question will focus on the creative arts. I hold in my hands the MPP manifesto of 2016 at page 172. The New Patriotic Party promised that we will pursue the construction of modern, large seating theaters in every regional capital except Accra, beginning from Takoradi, Tamale, and Kumasi. From your briefing, have you received a status update on this promise? And is it a promise that the creative arts industry can still rely on? And what are your plans generally for the creative arts sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've been briefed. The Takoradi Theatre, Cape Kofrida Theatre has been done. There's the ongoing one in Kumasi. When given the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, we would have to facilitate work on the Tamale and Takoradi ones. But beyond all, Mr. Chairman, we plan to set up a studio, as I indicated earlier, a modern studio that will make Ghana the hub for films and creative arts in general. We've gone very far. When given the opportunity by this August body, this is one of the early things we'll do, to make Ghana the hub for film and other creative activities.
Chairman, if the Honorable Ablakwa will permit me, I'll take a bite of his cherry. Honorable Alhaji Awal, have you noticed what the Honorable Ablakwa is wearing? What he's wearing? You want to look at what Honorable Ablakwa is wearing? What he's wearing? Respond, Chairman, let him respond.
I don't speak to your mic.
I've noticed it.
What, you've noticed what he's wearing?
Yes, I have.
What is it? What is it in Dagbani and in English? And what will you do about it?
Bungma and then smoke.
What will you do about it to promote? You see, it's culturally diversifying. And I'm doing so because the Honorable Tampule may be putting you in some trouble of a sort. Because he said, Anya Kumbo Nabia, you are royal of Kumbongo. So I'm going to borrow the hat of Honorable Member for Tolong, so that you teach us the culture. If a black one was to wear the hat to the right, what does it mean? To the left, what does it mean? So that when chairman is in Tamale or in Kumbungu, he will not wear his hat in a manner that can provoke the Kumbuna. You want to take Honorable Habib's hat and demonstrate what you do with it. If there is trouble, blame Tampule. He said we are a lawyer.
Very well. If we give him the nod, he'll take the advantage and teach us on national television.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. COVID has brought a lot of restrictions to us. So in the post-COVID era, the chairman will support and help promote the smoke and how it is worn across the country. Thank you.
In fact, I was looking out for Honorable Brani Champion. The one he's been wearing, I would love to have some. It's beautiful. Those ones, they should be available around here, so we can take them. Very beautiful.
Yeah, leader, thank you for commending my smoke. I'll be looking forward to more supplies. So by way of follow-up, the creative arts industry, should they expect you to pursue this pledge? You couldn't fulfill it in your first term, but are you still committed to it? That's what I want to know. The large sitting theaters in every regional capital. Is the new patriotic party, the Akufo-Addo administration, still committed to this pledge? It appears, listening to you carefully, your focus is on a $20 million studio. But that is different from this promise of a large sitting theater in every regional capital. Are you still committed to that pledge?
Yes, we are still committed. When films are produced, they need outlets. So in addition to the studio, we need to have these theaters so that the movies can be shown. That's where the artists get their monies from. Thank you. We are still committed to it.
Mr. Chairman, finally, I want to take the nominee back to his previous life as Minister for Business Development. I have intercepted tons of documents related to contract with the African SME Organization Limited. I perused your handing over notes carefully, but surprisingly, it didn't feature at all. I didn't see it in your handing over notes. I have here letters to the Chief of Staff, to the President, the Finance Minister, Central Tender Review Committee. If Chairman will permit me to read one of these letters, October 2nd, 2017, from your Chief Director, Joe Taki, to the Managing Director, Africa SME Organization. Attention, Mr. Yasamoah. Dear Sir, award consultancy services as private sector implementation partner for the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan. In response to your expression of interest, your consultancy services as private sector implementation partner for the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan, we are pleased to inform you that your proposal has been carefully reviewed and your bid for this project has been accepted. Having reviewed tenders from high-quality companies and organizations, following our PSIP requests for expression of interest dated July 20, 2017, we have concluded that Africa SME Organization proposed plan best matches the needs of the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan under the Ministry of Business Development. Please contact the undersigned as soon as possible for further discussions on the above, leading to the signing of the final agreement. We congratulate the Africa SME Organization, signed Joe Taki. The contention of the Africa SME Organization is that after winning the tender, you and our good friend, they did mention the Honorable John Kuma, just shoved them aside, and Ghana intends incurring a 5 million Ghana cedi judgment debt, which appears to be a legacy you may be leaving behind at your ministry. Do you care to comment on this matter? It appears a petition was sent to the President, but there has been no response.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the matter is in court, and I'll humbly beg to, it's in court, Mr. Chairman.
But why
you know about it.
Why does it not feature in the handover notes? Why are you totally silent? This is a very important issue. Potential 5 million Ghana cedi judgment debt.
The matter is in court. It was in court, Chairman.
Do you know about it? Of course, you say it's in court. It means you know about it. All right.
Some way.
That means the activity and the transaction, which is being contested in court, do you know about it?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Muntaka, now, my leadership is not here now. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the nominee. Yes, as he said, it's in court, but why has it not found expression in the handover note?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have my handover notes here. I can't comment too much about it.
Oh, okay, but the handover note was signed off by you.
Yes.
But you can't recollect that this was part of the issues that you asked that is properly documented, so that at least in future everybody who is to be responsible for that sector will know that this is pending. You can't remember that that is in there.
Remember.
So if it is not in it, will you want maybe after this vetting to relook at the handover notes for possible amendment to include this, because since it has to be part of the records of the ministry that you are living?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I know you are still the present representative there. Currently, you are the present representative. So until you are finally sworn in, if this House approves of you, you are still the present representative there. So you may want to take steps to amend the handover notes to include this so that it will be part of the records.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So is that an assurance from you that this will be done?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Chairman. On a lighter note, there's this belief from even the Gombes in the north that the people from Kumbung, like you and I, are hot-tempered. And sometimes when you start to say, Kumbung Halewa, which means the Kumbungu behavior is manifesting. Being a royal from Kumbung and having lived in Accra all this while, interacted with so many do you give some credence to this perception of generally people in the north, particularly the Gumbes, about the lack of you and I from Kumbungu?
Mr. Chairman, the Gumbes are known to be warriors of Dagon. We led in the colonial wars. We will have some beings there. We are our neighbors. Mr. Chairman, if a political committee is able to mix with these, can imagine how warrior-like they will be. So I think we are in trying to interpret us as warriors. You see, we are hot-tempered. I think that we are just warriors and we are just strong-headed. We are not hot-tempered.
Well, is it you are troublesome?
No, strong-headed.
Strong-headed. Oh, that's a compliment. The compliment.
You know, with this background and working in corporates, if sometimes it's not properly managed, people see you to be abusive. Is that how you've also seen people's perception about you in your whether private or public life?
Mr. Chairman, maybe we are being results driven. When you are results driven, you expect some behavior in terms of work culture. That might be interpreted, but we are just results driven. We are not arrogant and quick-tempered.
Yes, sir, and that's just by way of Kumbungu issues. Earlier in an answer about the tourism satellite account, I didn't get the answer correctly because what I knew was that this satellite account, the intention was to enable the Ministry of Tourism to have accurate and reliable data. So the thinking was to get immigration, the interagencies, immigration, Ghana Airport Company, and all the others in Bank of Ghana, in keeping proper data that government can put its hand on and say that in this year, this is what we've been able to make from the tourism industry. And I do remember that this was launched in 2016, but it looks like it's not been followed through. Is it something that you want to follow up just to ensure that we are able to get adequate and accurate data to help us take the right decisions within the industry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Correct data is very important for planning. And since we want tourism to be number one compared to GDP, I want to assure the House, given the note, this is something I'll look into and ensure that all the players within the sector get accurate data for it. So we want to pursue that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, he's repeatedly mentioned the $20 million studio. Studio. Where are you thinking you may want to cite it?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we need a very large space. Accra might not be, we haven't found one in Accra yet. So we're looking to other regions. We've not decided that we're still consulting. So if we need a minimum of 10 acres.
Oh, but that's too small. Because I'm looking at, when you mentioned the studio, I got excited because I have visited I've been to California before, Hollywood, and the studio, and they tell you that how it started was small, but it kept expanding, and now it's virtually like a whole city by itself, and it attracts a lot of tourism. People go in, and some of the studios, they don't allow you to go in because of some restrictions, but in some others, they show you how they create the artificial rain, they create the artificial fire, and those things. So I hope that when you are going to do this, you have to be thinking deep into the future. I believe 10 acres is such a small place that if you are not careful, when the need for expansion comes, you may not be able to expand. But this, with regards to the 20 million, is it, the intention is to be government funded or private funded?
It's going to be private funded. We want to look at the partnership with the private sector. And in addition to what you said, the studio, with all we don't have enough, the first phase is the minimum of 10 acre land. We want to look at, as you advise, we want to look much bigger than that. We need a 10 acre to do. So if we get maybe 15, 20, 30 acre plots, we'll start with it. But it's certainly a private sector funded thing.
Well, maybe back to the land. I noticed that when going to Ada, I noticed by the roadside, when heading towards Ada to your right, I've seen some signboard, is it Ghana Film Industry or something? This land belongs to, it looks like they have some land, the Ghana Film Industry, the association, I'm not getting there. Is it Gallywood or something? And they have a signpost that indicated that this land is for them. And you see that it's a whole stretch. It's a private sector led, and because you said that this is going to be private sector led, will you want to engage them to see the possibility of using the already existing infrastructure that they have to further pursue this dream?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've started negotiations and we'll follow up on this. Thank you for that. We want to engage them.
Mr. Chairman, in an answer to an earlier question, he talks about 70% local content in most of the things that he may want to drive within the tourism industry. How do you intend to do this, knowing the difficulties that you may have, having in mind that you have said that you want it to be private-led? How will you be able to ensure the 70% local content in most of your activities?
Mr. Chairman, if we have enough films being produced, Nigeria does an average of 50 films a week. Ghana is very difficult for us. So the studio will help us build the capacity of our people to produce movies and series. Once the content is available, it's very easy for us to enforce that. And we need to engage the private sector. The media houses are mostly private owned. So we need to engage them as part of their contribution. When the content is good, now what they do is to buy this soap operas, $500 from around the world. We are creating jobs for Mexican movies. If we build the capacity for our people, we're able to produce a lot of mini-series, a lot of movies, we're able to enforce and work together with relevant MFDAs to enforce that.
The reason why I'm asking this is that, as you may know, to be able to develop our own, to be able to get to the level that they can heavily participate to help you achieve this 70%, it will require deliberate government intervention, not only in terms of policy, but also resources to be able to bring it up. You remember, the old days of By the Fireside, the Osofudazi, and some of them, because of trying to nurture our own, some of the activities that they may be carrying may not be that commercially profitable. So it will require not only policy intervention, but some limited resources towards that direction. So I want to get your assurance that this 70%, in my view, is a good thing, but how to achieve it is a challenge that you pursue to ensure that by the time we'll be taking off completely, we'll have what it takes to be able to participate to the 70%. Is that something that we can get assurance from you that
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, also earlier when a question was asked about the several festivals across the country, yes, the answer, he said, he will see what he will ensure. I thought I heard you say you will ensure that we are able to put our festivals together to the benefit of the tourism industry. I just want to get a clear strategy that you adopt, because you know that the Damba Festival that is in the north comes around a certain time of the year. The Homo comes around another time. Some of the festivals in Asante region, they all have their time. And sometimes if you don't look at them critically and try to see which ones can be linked together, it might become difficult. So I want to get a clear-cut strategy how you can get the tourism industry to benefit from these festivals that are time-bound.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We first have to have a comprehensive calendar of these festivals. Know which festival comes, which part of the month. When we do that, we also attract, as we indicated, we are going to intensify both domestic and international tourism. So at times that we have, whether it's a Wetoto Festival or Damba or Homo, we target the domestic tourist movement to coincide with these festivals so that they're able to participate and learn from it. Then also the international tourism. We want to tell you that. So we have a calendar. Then we promote these festivals before and within this tourist movement. So first have a calendar of it. Second, promote it. And then let it coincide with the movement of tourists within the domestically and internationally. This is the way we want to do it. And then once we promote it long ahead of the festival, we'll get people coming to participate in it and therefore get the maximum benefit from this festival. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, he also said he was thinking of a program that I heard him call Around Ghana in 10 Days, right? I know that this program was also in existence around 2013, where they say See Ghana. And like my colleague Honorable Osla mentioned, even during President Kufuor, there was this other attempt to go through the whole country in 1 week. So it's not really a new thing. But have you checked what hindered its success that now you are mentioning to enable you to ensure that this time around, regardless of the name that you may give it, we may be able to sustain it and make it part of our daily life?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We intend to involve many more people to do the tourism. Like I said, we're going to involve school children. Very important for us. Institutions like Parliament, very important. Anytime you're on recess, we can involve you. Corporate tourism, we want to structure it and make it more formal. To make it more formal, we get sponsorship from corporate institutions to support this. So instead of staying just 7 days, we'll stay a little more than 7 days. It's what we want to expand what's already existing, so that we have more people going and seeing Ghana to build national cohesion and ensure that when they go, they're buying our local music in Tamale, in Ho, in Takrady, they're buying our smokes in Kente. That's how I want to make it. So it's not just a slogan, but it's a reality. So we intend to package it better, make sure people stay in, go 10 more.
The Chairman, I just have 2 more. You know the actors, I'm talking about the art and culture, that industry. They've had some perception over the years that when people are coming, they talk nicely, they smooth talk, and then once they get sworn in, then they simply rely on government funding, which we all know may not flow very well. And then before then, all the enthusiasm in the incoming minister is lost. So it's like they don't seem to even be interested in who is coming. Can he or she really be able to carry us along? What are you going to do to sustain the interest and confidence of the actors in this industry so that they will be able to help you implement most of these strategies that you are thinking about?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, Chairman, I think the government has started something. National Folklore Board has been established to do an inventory of our cultural assets. At the Kente, National Film Authority has also been established. And very recently, the Parliament passed the Creative Art Bill. This will give way to the Creative Art Agency. When this agency is established, it will be the one in charge under the ministry to make sure that we improve, digitally and otherwise, to improve the fortune of the creative arts people. Also, the studio that we intend to establish. We don't have a modern studio in this country. That helps in movies and other creative activities. That alone would help create an opportunity for artists, not only to produce movies, but also to do music. We need to make sure that we make the creative artists comfortable. They should be happy. We need to make them happy and rich. And I want them to support me. I'm a business-driven person, wanting results. So I'm going to bring that experience of business activity in the past to bear on the creative arts sector to make them their works very, very, very effective and very successful. I can assure them that, and assure the House.
Mr. Chairman, lastly, you know the Nauni River in Dolon? Nauni River in Dolon? Dolon, yeah. In your backyard, you know, it cuts across. Nauni. Yes, it cuts across a number of regions, and it has a very beautiful site. Will you consider developing it as one of the interesting sites that people could have boat riding and probably even hotels sited around that place?
Yes, Chairman, can I assure that we'll look at it very effectively. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Chairman has just drawn my attention to the fact that we've done 2 hours and the mandatory directive of the Speaker have to be respected. But Mr. Nominee, you can take it that we are at the November of your vetting. Once I'm done and Chairman comes in, he probably may excuse you. But just following up on a matter raised by the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, then followed through by the Honorable Muntaka. I have your handing over notes here, and in page 75, departments and agencies under the ministry. So probably you have to improve it. This is what is provided in the handing over. NEIP was launched by the President Nana Addo Dankwa with a seed capital of 10 million, which was expected to be scaled up to 100 million US dollars through the private sector implementation partner. So the Honorable Ablako was accurate when he drew your attention that your ministry probably engaged this private sector partner. I've read a brief from the court, and per Order 93, I don't intend to go into the merits of it, but it's important that your handing over notes captured the entirety of this transaction for the record. I mean, not just a bureaucracy. You talk about human life. Tomorrow you may not be there as minister. The state will have a duty to respond to this matter with adequate references. Now, taking you back to Kumbungu, you are a proud son of, I know Bambiamna, I know Jirguna. Where do you fall within the context of the royalty that Tampule referred you to? And I know that the Kumbungu people are also noted for the question the Honorable Muntaka asked you. Loabule, Chairman, I explained. That's why when the Yana dies, the Kumbu now goes by leg. It doesn't just take transport to Yendi to sit in with the beast to supervise the burial of the Yana. If you are a royal, as I know you are, explain this.
I'm the grandson of Kumuna Hassan.
That's fine, Chairman. So he must take note and improve it. And then, Chairman, we are making a request to you. All the support initiative under the National Entrepreneurship Innovation Program, we want to have a record of it. Who got what, when, and for what. Because I see in the numbers, I'm not ready to contradict you now, somewhere in your handing over, I see 96,000. And somewhere in page 77, I see 92,000. So I want to be able to rely on accurate data in terms of measuring, but we need it for our own purposes. And Chairman, that leads me to my first question. Project details, and you have a duty to the country. All your lunches were in Accra. Am I to know that beneficiaries were across the country? Because as I read in page 69, Presidential Business Support Program, Accra, Presidential Pitch, Accra, Women Entrepreneurship Conference, Accra, Global Entrepreneurship Week, Accra, Student Entrepreneurship. You could have done this in Wa or Bolga elsewhere, and Presidential Pitch again, Accra, Accra. Do I take it that even though the activity was in Accra, it was national in character, and beneficiaries were from across the country? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, yes, beneficiaries cut across the country. And we launched the Zongo Business Program. It was launched in Tamale. I'm sure it's in there.
So back to Zongo, Honorable Eriko Poku, you know our women. It is not for you to teach them how to do koche or wache. The respected koche and wache are normally from our people in the Zangos and in many Dagomba communities. What they lack is business capital. And for a koche seller, she may just be looking for 2,000 Ghana cedis. And as you indicate, even 2,000, I'm told, is too much. If you went to a koche seller in Bekwa or Techima, she probably may be doing cocoa with 1,000 Ghana. Can we be assured that we will get the country's SMEs at a very micro level to benefit from some of these government initiatives, even though you are leaving the ministry? Why couldn't you have done that?
Mr. Chairman, we were able to do, we supported a lot of these micro, small businesses hundreds and hundreds of them across the country. As I indicated, cocoa seller, there was a cocoa seller in Accra. Different of them, roasted yam seller. We support a lot of them. And they are working. They are making.
So how many people did you support under the Zongo Business Initiative? To the best of your memory, if you know the numbers in terms of entrepreneurs and how much money, can you share it with this committee?
The chairman, I can finish you later. I don't want to give contradictory statements. But
Yes, so finish, chairman, with the Youth Women Entrepreneurship Initiative. You know how many you did? Youth, it's in your handing over notes. Thank you. Creative arts again. I'll be selfish in this because I'll use Dagbang as my base. The Dagumbes have a very rich and proud history. However, it is oral history. Oral history. That's why you have the Lunsi, those who beat the drums. So if the Kumbu now was to pass here, the appellation will indicate if Savologo now was to get seated, the appellation. Will you take advantage as Minister for Creative Arts to get this codified as part of protecting not just for the Dagbang people, but Mole Dagbani people, any of them who don't have their cultural values codified? Will you do that as Minister for Tourism and Arts? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is an important mission. I would humbly do that. I'll take steps to make sure that it's codified. Thank you.
Because you risk withering away some of the historical, very deep developments of the Dagbang state. Now, the Bamaya dance, I'm a favorite of the Bamaya dance, Bamaya. And I'm sure Chairman was doing Bobobo when he was, that's the only one he can do the pump. The Bobobo dance, Bamaya dance, particularly as I said, I'll be selfish. Even the Torah dance of the Dagumbes. Now, instead of being entertained with Western music, Western culture, it was a source of entertainment for our young girls. The Torah, all of it have withered away with modernization. What do you intend to do about those cultural practices cut across the country to give true meaning to Ghanaian values and Ghanaian culture?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, modernity graduation has affected this, but as I indicated, we cannot have effective tourism without a very strong cultural underpinnings. And given the opportunity, we want to encourage the regional arts and centers across the country to revive these indigenous traditional practices in terms of culture, dance, and music. We'll build them and make them, expose them to international competitions. It's even possible, Mr. Chairman, whenever Ghana has its day, national day, a safe march at Athens, we should be able to send this our cultural troops outside the country to perform in our various embassies. This will be one way of exposing them and making them marketable. So I want to assure you that we'll have a comprehensive package that will put resources into our rich culture, dancing, music, everything, creativity, make sure that they don't only last, but they also stay generation to generation. Thank you.
Chairman, there is significant development in our country today about lesbianism and gay. Lesbianism and gay. And you are a true Muslim. You are a true Muslim. I want to know where you stand, because where I stand is that I find it immoral and dehumanizing, and not in the context of any Ghanaian culture for a man to be relating to a man and a woman relating to a woman. Where do you stand on this particular moral issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Ghana's religious practices frown on lesbianism. And that's how it is. It's frowned on. It's the cultural values do not accept it. Thank you.
Where do you stand? because you are now going to be, in Tyler's words, culture is a people's way of life. We know our way of life as Ghanaian. Where do you stand? Will you carry high the moral values?
The chairman will enforce our cultural values and respect our cultural practices.
So, I haven't seen a male goat or a male cow running after a male goat or male cow. So I know, that's why I say I know where Professor Michael Quay stands strongly. He's anti-lesbianism and gay. As leader of this house, he stated that publicly and as a reverend person. So I was giving you an opportunity, since now you would be the torchbearer of our culture and values, you would advise high authority on this matter. So, Chairman, subject to those documents, I think that I know Alhaji Awal well. I will end with some question. When you are angry, do you get physical at home? When you are angry, do you get physical? Yes, do you get physical?
No.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
My leaders are not here, so I'll just, you know, Mr. Kwesi Jana Painting, he used to work with graphic, right? He sent me a message to ask you, what do you seek, what will you do about the apparent tension between culture and tourism?
Mr. Chairman, except apparent. I think that the two are intertwined. The two sectors need to collaborate because they have to depend on each other. Without an effective cultural background, we cannot succeed in our tourism drive. So I think we need to make them work together to achieve the desired results.
Well, the next one is my own observation. We've talked about programs promoting tourism, internal tourism. I fully support that. But it appears to me that we don't hype enough the specific things we want people to travel to see. You hear about Paga Crocodile Pond, but we don't hype what you see. What are the excitements if I go to Paga? So, yes, you see a photo of somebody sitting on Paga. Why should that excite me? So, we should probably put more emphasis. And I'll give an example. I went to Mauritius, and they said 21 color earth, 21 colored earth. I was excited. I had a taxi, traveled about 2 hours, got to the site. I had to hire a motor to sit on it. Somebody ahead of me went up. And what I saw there, I see it at the car every day. It's, these faint colors passing through the earth. Some yellowish, some goldish, some green. And they said 21 colored earth. The name was exciting. You want to see something special. But in the end, you've spent the money, you've hired a taxi. After that, I went to eat lunch. All that you spent. So I think that we should create very creative hypes to get people to want to move from their home to go and see something which may, in other words, very ordinary. That's my suggestion. Thank you. Thank you for attending upon the committee. You will hear from us, but for now you're discharged.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, honorable members.
10 minutes, we will resume and take number. Yes.
I,
Freda Prempeh,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Freda Akosia Ohina Freda Prempeh. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as Minister of State in the Ministry of Works and Housing. You are a third-term member of Parliament. You crossed the qualification line. You've been a Deputy Minister for Works and Housing, and before that, Women and Children. Speak to the mic.
Honorable Chair, I was the Deputy Minister for Works and Housing, then to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection.
To gender, right.
Chairman, can she share the period you were at the Works and Housing? What period to what period?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Between 2017 to 2019.
And then the other one ended January 6, 2021. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Which committees of Parliament have you served on?
Mr. Chairman, during my first term, I served on the Communications Committee, Youth and Sports Committee, and the Government Assurances Committee. My second term, I served on the Mines and Energy Committee and the Government Assurances Committee.
Are those details provided anywhere in your CV?
Yes.
The committees of Parliament. You've also served on the National Media Commission.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have it under parliamentary committees served on. I've provided it here. Thank you.
Chairman, if I have your indulgence, the Honorable Freda Prempeh is appointed by President Nana Addo Dankwa as Minister in accordance with his mandate and power under Article 78 of the 1992 Constitution. And Chairman, I'm urging you that my side, we want to serve notice that we do not want bureaucratic conflicts. And therefore, when the President is communicating to Parliament and to the Ghanaian public in the exercise of his mandate, when you already have a Minister for Works and Housing, we scrutinized the Honorable Asensu only yesterday. Now you have another minister at the same ministry with Freda Prempeh, Works and Housing, Minister of State, to do what? If she goes there and she wants to Works Authority, so between Honorable Asensu and Freda, who is the Minister for Works and Housing? For my purposes, I will go with Asensu. But for the Ghanaian public, there is conflict. And therefore, Chairman, we want our report to capture it, that we should not encourage as much as possible ministers of state to coexist in harmony with ministers so appointed for the purposes of those portfolios. But to her person, Freda, she's my youngful friend. When I was Minister for Employment and wanted to create employability, I was in her constituency to assess one of the National Vocational Training Institute, where a young girl gave us some assurance that if they had some opportunity, they could also have better livelihoods. And I understand that the project have taken off now under the Ministry of Education. So without the fact that credit is not given to me and President Mahama for the initiative, I wish the nominee well, but I think that we will object strongly to bureaucratic conflicts within the ministry, so that if even the President's communication was definite, she will be responsible for housing or for housing or works or PWD. Better for us, but Minister at Works and Housing, when there's already Honorable Asensu, probably the President, Chairman, will encourage him to keep many of the ministers of state. We don't even think he should have too many of them at the presidency, but to keep them at the ministry, we do not find it acceptable. I thank you, Chair.
We will proceed then. Usually, when a Minister of State is appointed to a ministry, a specific area is attached. I'm sure the communication was lacking in that respect. And the appropriate, are you aware, or were you told specifically what you will be in charge of at the ministry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was told specifically to assist the Minister for Works and Housing in the area of housing delivery. And per the release that I have before me, signed by the communications officer from the Jubilee House, it states that a Minister of State has been nominated, and if approved, will be assigned to the Ministry of Works and Housing, in addition to the substantive minister, to give special focus to the critical issue of affordable mass housing, envisaged as one of the priorities of the President's special second term. So the President wants to
Very
be special.
Well. Can I get a copy of that one so that?
Chairman, you see, that communication is not to us as Parliament. So I agree with you, but you see, Freda, you are senior, 3-time MP, you are senior to the Honorable Asensu. Yeah, Obesro Kakra. So we, Chairman, I leave it there.
All right, so we will continue. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable nominee was a deputy minister in the Ministry of Works and Housing. And according to what she has just read to us, she's been charged to focus on affordable housing, social housing, mass housing. She is aware that as a country we are struggling with provision of housing to our people. And I just want to find out from her In her stay at Ministry of Works and Housing, what did you identify as the main challenges with regards to provision of affordable housing to Ghanaians?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As the Deputy Minister at the time for Works and Housing, three main issues came to mind, and I saw them as a challenge in the area of housing. One is the acquisition of land. Secondly is the resources that we need to construct affordable housing. Any investor would also want to know how he can recoup his investments on the returns on investment that he's made. So resources is a big challenge, funding is a big challenge. Land acquisition, as we all know, acquiring land in our part of the world is very difficult, very cumbersome. It comes with its all bureaucratic nature. So the ministry in 2004 developed a concept to acquire land banks across the country. So I believe that even though it's been a challenge, we've been able to acquire a number of land banks, and we are hoping that, if approved, would work on the National Housing Authority and the Housing Fund and see how best we can also raise resources to support the housing industry. Because you've been there before, and you agree with me that the housing industry is a very capital-intensive area. So we need a lot of funding, we need a lot of resources to pump into it, and you need land as well. And one other thing that also came to mind is the cost of building materials. It adds up to the cost of overruns on affordable housing. So if you're able to work on local building materials and also work on how we can bring down the cost of building materials in the country, I believe it will go a long way to help us to bridge the housing deficit gap, because as it stands now, it's quite alarming. So these are the challenges that I came through: land, funding, and the cost of building materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 2014, the then Minister for Works and Housing, Alhaji Koronzawda, launched the housing policy. In that housing policy, we indicated that there should be a housing fund, establishment of a housing fund. Yesterday, Honorable Asesu spoke about it. Today, you have also just spoke about it. What do you consider to be the sources of money into the housing fund?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'll try to propose one or two, but I believe that when it gets to that point, it will come to all of us to deliberate on it. But I will be looking at leveraging on the pension fund, because I've always said that how would it profit a man to have everything in this world and die and leave all those things around? And how would it profit a young worker who have gone through the civil service or the public service, having worked all his or her life and retired without having a place of abode? So if we're able to leverage on the pension fund into the housing fund, I believe it will go a long way to help us. We can also look for concessional loans. We can also look at oil. And I believe we also have an infrastructure fund. We can explore ways where we can tap into the infrastructure fund, where a component or some percentage could also be given to the housing fund. So there are other sources that we can all explore, but I believe that we can look at the pension fund, we can look at concessional loans, we can look at oil, we can look at the infrastructure fund, and we can look at some other levies. If we're able to regulate the housing industry very well, we can even tap into the Landlords Association. If we have a database of the landlord, we can tap into that. And I know that under the Rent Act, landlords are even supposed to pay about 8% of the monies they take from tenants. But all those monies, they are flouting the law, they are not paying. If we look into that and enforce the law, we can also be tapping into some of those levies. So these are some of the few sources of funding that comes to mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, rent control department. The rent control department plays a major role in trying to resolve issues between tenants and the landlord. But I'm sure the nominee is aware that they have challenges with regards to sometimes even difficult to get vehicles to move around. And they don't exist in most of the districts. And so, even personnel to work at the rent control is a problem. What will you do to support the substantive minister to try and address the challenges at the rent control department under your ministry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is true that the rent control department under the ministry is going through a lot of challenges. In the first place, I think that they even lack the proper recognition as rent control department. They are understaffed, they lack logistics, but in terms of competence, I must say that we have very qualified and competent people working in that department. But unfortunately, because we don't really attach so much importance to the rent control department, people don't see their worth. But I must also say that, Mr. Chairman, the rent control department, even though they are working under all these challenges, they're able to resolve a lot of problems between landlords, landladies, and tenants. And then I've been briefed that under the year under review, even in Greater Accra alone, they had the highest number of cases, worth about 19,806, representing 32.1%, followed up by Ashanti region. In total, they've been able to address about 61,108 cases. So as much as they are challenged, as much as they lack a lot of resources, they are doing their bit to also resolve some of these issues. But Mr. Chairman, all of these things boils down to education. I believe as landlords, landladies, and tenants, we all have to educate ourselves and update ourselves with some of these rent issues. But because demand for housing or demand for rentals, most of the time as it is now, exceeds or outstrips supply, it looks like the landlords have a field day. And there's no competition, there's so much monopoly in the system. So they decide on how much they want to take, not giving recourse to their Rent Act. So when given the opportunity, I will assist the sector minister for us to fashion out a policy and strategies where we can support the rent control department. The first of it will be to digitizing the rent control department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Lastly, you have two major agencies under your ministry. That is Tema Development Company and State Housing Company. These are two major institutions that are supposed to support the ministry in provision of affordable housing to the Ghanaian people. But you agree with me that they are under-resourced. That is why TDC, as it used to be called, was converted to Tema Development Company so that they can borrow on their own and then based on their books or their records. But financing is a major problem for TDC and State Housing Company. What do you think the government should do to ensure that TDC and then State Housing Company plays their role with regards to provision of housing to the people of Ghana?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I think TDC have gone far beyond just the normal days when we're growing up. We heard about State Housing Company where they were just overseeing to government bungalows or putting up some bungalows for civil servants and public servants. Now they've grown and gone beyond that. TDC, as Mr. Chairman, currently has been able to go into some private partnerships with some companies and investors. And they are currently rolling out a number of houses across the country. They are currently in Ashanti region. They've put up about 120 houses and apartments. In Central region, they've started the 12 housing units, which is about 60% complete. And in Western region, they have some houses there. Northern region, 16 apartments. Upper East, Western North, Greater Accra, and then Greater Accra region, they have the Legacy project, they have the Clubhouse project, and they have the Urban Court project. Under TDC, the ministry ceded some of the affordable housing projects to TDC, and they've been able to complete them. 2 years ago, they started a pilot program on the National Mortgage Scheme with support from the Ministry of Finance. And they've been able to complete about 220 of such houses. And people have started renting those apartments. It's a rent-to-own scheme. So as much as we're talking about the fact that the housing industry is a capital-intensive area, TDC, State Housing, are also going into some partnerships with other investors to ensure that they get funding to complete some of their projects and also start new ones. So it's a difficult one, but I believe there's always a starting point, and they've started very well. And I believe with the support of the ministry and the support of government, they will be able to roll out more affordable houses across the country. Thank you.
Honorable Oliama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, Freda Prempeh. Congratulations. I remember when you were at the Ministry of Works and Housing, you led a delegation to the UN, if I'm correct, and there was this UN-backed project on housing with the private sector as part of the initiative. Can you tell us how far this project has gone, even though you left the ministry to the gender ministry? Have you been briefed as to how far this project has been carried out, especially when we were mentioning thousands of houses for the average person?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The United Nations Operations Project Services is an arm of the UN, and they have this facility for infrastructure. They have this facility for infrastructure. They are currently working across the globe. In Africa, they are working in Kenya. And we had the opportunity to have some meetings with them, and they gave us the support to roll out 100,000 affordable housing at a cost of 5.3 billion. Mr. Chairman, the UNOPS project is a very laudable one in the sense that the government is not going to commit any financial resource to the project apart from offering them land. They are bringing in their own money. They are going to use the local banks to, for workers to source funding through mortgage financing. They are going to do their own off-taking. The only thing that they demand of the ministry is for us to give them land across the country. I've been briefed that they've been offered about 67 acres of land at Achimota. Some of the equipment are in already. The technology they seek to employ is a prefabrication kind of project. So when we give them the opportunity, we offer them land and they establish, I believe within a very short time, they'll be able to roll out the 100,000 units across the country. So as it stands now, UNOPS is in Ghana, and they are waiting on the Ministry of Works and Housing to give them more land so that they can start putting up the houses. And they also established the factory in Ghana, which means that some of our Ghanaian counterparts are also going to benefit from some kind of jobs, and they're also going to transfer knowledge to the construction industry in this country. So yes, UNOPS is a laudable program, and when giving the nod, I would assist the Honorable Minister for us to support them so that as soon as possible, we'll be able to start rolling the 100,000 units. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. If you look at our capital cities, urban areas, it appears that everybody wants to drift from the peri-urban areas into the center. For instance, if you look at, let's say, Kaswa, or if you even look at Ebri and beyond, it appears that because probably we've neglected rural housing, even though I don't call my constituency rural, it appears that because we've neglected rural housing, everybody is drifting into the urban areas, thereby putting so much stress on our resources in the urban centers. Does the ministry have any policy on rural housing? And how far has the ministry gone, if you are aware?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know the ministry has a whole department, a Department of Rural Housing under the ministry. They've been working together with the BRI to establish other innovative ways that we can use to build, other innovative ways by way of local materials where we can use to build some of these houses so that we can bring the cost of building down. I'm talking about rural housing. Sometimes when I talk about housing, I ask myself that we always focus on the formal sector, we focus on public servants, we focus on the civil servants, we focus on organized groups. What about our farmers in the rural communities who also go through the farm workers who work throughout their lifetime? At the end of the day, where do they find a place of abode? So rural housing, I believe the ministry will collaborate with the Ministry of Local Government and for that matter the MMDCs to see how best we can source for more lands from our traditional authorities and see how best we can tap into the local materials in their various constituencies or districts so that we can start rolling out rural housing projects, which go a long way to break the housing deficit cap. Thank you.
Thank you. Gisela, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You used to be my sector minister in my previous life. As an experienced politician, policymaker in the Ministry of Works and Housing, which you used to be, will you be ready to impart your knowledge and experience to work well with the Honorable Asenso, to work well with Honorable Asenso, who is the substantive Minister of Works and Housing? How do you portray the relationship such that policy would still be able to run smoothly to the benefit of all Ghanaians? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is the President's vision to roll out affordable housing for the good people of Ghana. And I believe it's a collective effort, not for Asenso, Honorable Asenso alone, not myself. All of us will have to get involved. I have personally known Honorable Asenso for a long time as a colleague, as a friend, as a political brother. I believe we have that kind of social relationship already. I'm a very affable person, down to a hard-working person. I will bring the little experience I had as a Deputy Minister for Works and Housing to bear, so that together we can push the vision of the President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My next question is, so between works, housing, built environment issues, which policy would you like to promote aggressively? Your personal preference. Because you are going to show leadership in the sector as a Minister of State. And you're also going to have to advise the President on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. You all agree with me that the housing deficit gap as it stands now, it's a bit scary. And if you really want to break the housing deficit gap, it should be all hands on deck. And we have to start from somewhere. We should be looking at the short, medium, and long-term issues. In the very short term, we'll be looking at the rent-to-own scheme. I believe that is the way to go now. Because when you meet the average person on the streets, what he or she tells you that I'm looking for an accommodation, he will not tell you I'm looking for an accommodation to buy, but they're rather looking for accommodation to rent. But because there's so much monopoly in the area of renting with the landlords, it's quite difficult and cumbersome for people to have access to affordable rental, and let alone rent-to-own scheme. That's why the President, in his vision for the second term, intends to roll out a rent scheme that will support especially young graduates who have just come out of school to be able to, source funding from the rent scheme to be able to pay for their rent. So one of my priorities as a Minister of State at the Ministry of Works and Housing to assist the Minister to roll out the rent-to-own scheme. Then we can be looking at the affordable housing project where through mortgage financing, people can source money to look for some of these units to buy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question. I hope you would not, you would also give the attention to the built environment professionals that also are under the ministry, the various professional bodies, Architects Registration Council, Institute of Surveyors, and so on and so forth.
Yes, we have the Architects Registration Council and the Engineering Council. We'll support them. Thank you.
Yes, Awal.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, Minister, congratulations. I'm right here on your left. In 2014, the EU issued a specific directive to its member states to, for example, for public sector buildings, 3% of public sector buildings owned and occupied by central governments to be energy friendly. They went ahead and gave a deadline of 31st December 2018. And new buildings occupied and owned by public authorities are nearly zero energy buildings. Say that again, please.
Please, can you repeat the question?
Okay, very well. The EU, as a policy, directed member states to ensure that by the 31st December 2018, new buildings occupied and owned by public authorities are nearly zero energy buildings. Would you encourage, as a matter of policy, for government buildings to go this way to save much energy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that's the way to go. And if we want to save energy, if we want to be cost effective, then we should be looking at solar. So yes, we'll give it a thought. Thank
you. Secondly, yes, Minister, I know there's a 1D1F project in your constituency that is manufacturing ceramics or bricks in Viankanta. Am I right, please?
Yes, as part of the One District, One Factory project, we are undertaking a brick and tile factory at Tanoso Adingo because we have a lot of clay in that area. Thank you.
Would you encourage locally manufactured building materials to support the housing sector, especially that you have the Department of Rural Housing under your ministry? Thank you. That's my last question, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, definitely we'll encourage that and we'll support it because we are encouraging the usage of local materials. We are also exploring other technologies. In the rural sector, apart from clay, during the olden days, our forefathers used to build the latrite. And at some point in time, they modernized the latrite way of building by adding cement. And I know BRI is also doing a lot of work in that direction. The brick and tile factory at Sanoso, in my constituency, is going to roll out a lot of bricks. And I believe that we're not going to let the bricks stay at Sanoso. We are going to collaborate with other sector ministries to tap into the usage of local materials so that we can together bring down the cost of building in this country. So yes, I will give it 100% support. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, the Sanoso brick business was there when I was national service person at Nkorenza. Now, 1D1F has invested money that expanded it. But have you found out why it is not popular in construction in our country, particularly close to Sanoso? In Sunyani, there are not many properties or houses constructed with the brick. In Kumasi, there are not many. KNUST has one. I used that to build my fence wall because actually I understand there was a rule that fence walls must not be built with concrete block. Yeah. Have you found out why it is so?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, currently as I sit here, there are lots of houses around Sanoso which are built, which they use bricks to build. There's some estate developer at Sanoso who is using bricks to build houses at Sanoso. I think that it all boils down to education. We are all used to our conventional and traditional way of building using our normal cement blocks and all that. But I believe that if we continue to educate our people for them to know that our bricks are equally as good as other building materials. In the developed countries, when you go to UK, you go to South Africa and other areas, most of their buildings are done with bricks. So we can promote bricks in the area of the housing industry. And I think that we'll start from home. Thank you.
Good. What I found is that when I procured bricks, it was difficult to get a bricklayer. So in our system where people want to build on their own, the bricks are available, but getting experienced bricklayers is a problem. So you may take interest in training people in bricklaying. That is how I'm sure you can promote the use of the part.
Thank you very much. I believe the Rural Housing Department of the ministry will be charged to do a lot of training. They do a lot of training in the area of local materials, and I believe they'll take this issue up as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, congratulations. To mortgage, Ghanaians are always paying rent because of the poor mortgage system that we have, very expensive and not affordable. What policy plans do you have to make mortgage affordable to the average Ghanaian? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Ministry of Works and Housing, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, 2 years ago developed a concept and a strategy to roll out some form of mortgage financing. And under that scheme, they've been able to link up with some of our local banks. And the local banks, I'm referring to GCB, Republic Bank, and Stanbic Bank are part of the program. Under that national mortgage scheme, the people find it difficult to source funding through mortgages because of the interest rates and because of education. Some people will tell you that, why don't I even find money to pay outright? than paying so much with so much interest over this number of years. So under the National Mortgage Scheme, the interest rate is low, between 10 to 12%. We are currently piloting it in Tema. We finished the houses. The people, some teachers and some nurses have started, acquiring some of these units through the mortgage financing. As for the mortgage financing, it's quite difficult for me to sit here and say that we can do this or do that, because the local banks definitely would want to work on return on investment. So most of the time they affect payment. But looking at the national one, which the President intends to roll further, I believe that a lot of people will be able to tap into it and acquire homes through the mortgage financing from the Ministry of Finance and other local banks, which stands between 10 to 12% interest rates.
You also indicated that all attention is on organized labor, teachers, nurses, in terms of accommodation. I dare say that the reason why a lot of health workers are refusing posting to our rural communities is because of housing. You've mentioned rural housing project at the Ministry of Works and Housing. So that's what I'm comfortable with. Do you have any measures to do more of these in the rural areas to attract health workers, teachers, and other service providers to these communities?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the massive affordable housing projects that the President intends to roll will encompass all of these districts, from the constituencies, from the districts through the regional capitals to the central part. As a ministry, we also collaborate with the Ministry of Local Government and all the other sector ministries to roll out affordable housing for the sector ministries. Even looking at Kolebu, for instance, there's this flat at Kolebu called Nkrumah Flats. It's been there for ages, and then people are just encroaching. We can do a lot of redevelopment there, a lot of infilling, and cede it to the Ministry of Health. We can do same in the various constituencies. Having had some collaboration with the ministries, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Defense, and all the other sector ministries, and collaborate with the MFGCs. In the rural constituencies, it's not as difficult acquiring a land as in the capital city. So I believe that if we start rolling out this concept, the traditional authorities will come to our aid. And let me take this opportunity to thank my Omahine, Bian Kwanta Mahine. He has already offered 100 acres of land for affordable housing. And the Amfo Mahine, Honorable Harina's friend, has also offered 80 acres of land for affordable housing. And Otufo Nana Osei Tutu has also given us 220 acres of land at the Desua for affordable housing. So we can collaborate with the traditional authorities and the MMGCs to roll out affordable housing in our various constituencies. Thank you.
So my last.
Chairman, she can add that Yana will add adequate land for affordable housing if she does pay a courtesy call on the Yana. So you can add him to your traditional list of Yana Bukare will offer you land. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope Honorable Haruna will arrange that meeting for me as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so my last. On behalf of all the chiefs and people of Techima North, you are welcome to hectares of land to start this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now I have parcels of land. I'm anticipating more from other regions of our country. And Mr. Chairman, during my term as a Deputy Minister, we started collaborating with honorable members of Parliament. We asked them to source for lands from their constituencies for us to collaborate with the traditional authorities and see how best we can look for funding to build in those areas. So we'll continue. Thank you.
Yes, Reverend.
I'm grateful, Honorable Chair, and congratulations, Honorable Minister Designate. With your specific assignment of mass housing and affordable housing, what funding strategy do you propose to fund affordable housing?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As I indicated earlier, I think that the way to go is to set up the housing fund, look for sources of funding into the fund, and also incorporate other models from other African countries. In Kenya, for instance, under the Shelter Afrique program, Shelter Afrique is a financial institution that seeks to support other African countries. Unfortunately, Ghana is rated number 3, third on that list. Kenya is first, Nigeria second, and Ghana third. And as I sit here, I can confidently say on authority that through Shelter Afrique, some of our private investors have been supported with funding. I can make mention of Rehoboth and some other banks like Ghana Home Loans. They've all been supported. So we can tap into the Shelter Afrique program, and we can look for other sources of funding, concessionary loans and all that, to support the housing industry. And I would also want to propose that I think as a ministry, we need a budget for housing itself, a real budget for housing. Because housing, you all agree with me, is a capital intensive area, looking at land, looking at other resources, building materials and all that. If we have that kind of budget at the ministry, I think we'll be able to roll out a number of houses, in addition to the housing fund, leveraging on the pension scheme. Thank you.
Oh, very well. What is the state of Kaiser Flats and UNDP Flats?
Thank you very much. The UNDP Flats was established in the 1960s to house expatriates. Over the years, over some 5 decades, things have changed now. Currently, as it stands, I've been briefed that there are a lot of squatters there. The ministry tried to do some redevelopment because UNDP Flats is around cantonments. It's in a very prime area. So we can do a lot of redevelopment there and attract a lot of money from that area. Unfortunately, we've not cited any concrete documents on the redevelopment scheme, and one contractor is claiming ownership of a whole block of flats. So when given the opportunity, I will assist the Honorable Minister for us to audit the UNDP flats and see how best quickly we can roll with some redevelopment and some infilling at Laboni to house our public and civil servants. But as it stands now, about 80% of the occupants there are not even on our list. We don't even know them, and I've been briefed that the people living there claim, that's the word they use, they claim to be national security operatives. So we'll look further into it and see how best we can bring sanity into the UNDP flats. With the Kaiser flats, it's under TDC. For a long time, they were battling with court issues. The squatters living on those flats, even though the structures are not strong, they are all dilapidated structures. The last time I went there, when I was a deputy minister, I saw the structure as a death trap. So the TDC have really fought, and now they've gotten a judgment from the court to demolish 4 of the structures. I believe it's another area that we can put up a number of houses, a number of flats at the Kaiser Flats in Tema. So we're going to support the TDC to roll out a lot of flats. A lot of investors even came through the ministry whilst I was the deputy minister for housing. And when they heard of my nomination again, they started trooping into the ministry. So a lot of people are interested to invest in housing. So yes, we work on the Kaiser flats, we work on the UNDP flats, and we work on the Nkoma flats. Thank you. And that will be your question. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Nominee. This is courtesy of Chairman. Chairman says to tell you that the Pembe rice is very good for him. and he's going to make sure that through me, he also adds to the land allocation so that Salaga staff can benefit from the affordable houses. Thank you very much.
That's all. Very well. Giselle, I've finished. Leadership then.
Mama.
Yes, Honorable Mama.
Don't you see that I often act as leader? Yeah? I'm close to leadership, yes, that's true. Building and Road Research Institute. Building and Road Research Institute, you are familiar with them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to a point.
Yeah, I mean, they are part of the research institutions and CSIR. To what extent are we relying on the expertise of the institute in terms of developing affordable housing, the type of technologies that could be used that would make housing cheaper, and in terms of the climate, more friendly, and also in terms of the use of appropriate and local, resources and materials. To what extent are you using the Building and Road Research Institute, and how is it integrated into the work of the Ministry of Works and Housing?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the Rural Housing Department under the Works and Housing Ministry have been working closely with the BRI under the CSRI. And they've come up with a number of other local materials that we are still exploring and trying to figure out how we can tap into those local materials, looking at dynamics, environment, and all that. You agree with me that in the developed countries, even in the US, most of their buildings are made up of wood. In our part of the world, if you start putting up houses made up of wood, people will read a lot of meanings into it. So we have to educate ourselves. They are still exploring, but we are working very closely with them under the Department of Rural Housing. Thank you.
Jordan. Yes, Honorable. Very well.
Chairman, I can only wish the Honorable Freda well. Safe to say what I've said, that I see a role conflict, and that can add to bureaucratic red tape, but that is not your doing. And for you to note that the communication from Eugene Ahin is not officially communicated to Parliament, and therefore you have assured us that you go and assist the minister if he gets confirmed, Honorable Asensio. I was looking at the fact that you are senior deputy, you have more experience than him, member of Parliament, you are 3 times more than him. But if it's your wish to go and assist him, who am I not to support you? So, Chairman, my young friend, I wish you well. Very few women get to high office in our country, and she's encouraged. I thank you, Chair. So I have no further question for the Honorable Freda.
Please, who was his deputy when he was first appointed by Professor Mills? Enjoy your liberties.
Honorable Freda Prempeh, I have no more questions for you. I recall 4 years ago, your predecessor, I offered him land at the higher. It is still there. I've prepared the place, so when you need a place to construct, because I'm really keen about rental units for young upstarts, In the communities I grew up, everybody was building what we call compound houses. Today, it's not attractive for any young man to live there with a shared facility. So it's they go through a lot of trauma when they are posted to work in communities like the Kwai, Oda, Yamfo, and then getting accommodation becomes difficult for them. So I'm very keen on rental units, particularly targeting young upstarts and graduates. So whenever you have an investor who is interested in going out of Accra and Kumasi, tell him the choir has a place for them. Okay. Now, thank you for attending upon the committee. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Our colleagues will resume in 30 minutes. Yes, 30 minutes. Yes, Honorable. Kindly. Kindly administer the oath.
I, Mustapha Ussif,
do in the name of Almighty Allah swear
do in the name of Almighty Allah swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth. So help me Allah.
So help me Allah.
Cameraman, can you now excuse us? Thank you very much. Honorable Mustapha Ussif, you're back to Parliament for the second time. You came in 2013 and you lost the seat in 2016 or 2017, and you're back in 2021. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination to the position of Minister for Sports. Before this, you were the National Service Coordinator, Right. Now, is there anything else you wish us to know? We don't want the myself part, just anything that relates to your qualification to this position.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like you rightly said, I was a member of the CIF Parliament. I started my primary education at Kofodia Presbyterian Primary School and also continued my junior secondary education at Kofodia Junior Secondary School. I then proceeded to Salaga Secondary School, the then Northern Region, and completed in 1996. In 1998, I had admission to Bagabaga Teacher Training College in the Northern Region, and I graduated with Teacher Certificate A in 2001. I was posted to Watania JSS in the Northern Region, and I taught mathematics and craft design, science and technology, popularly known as CDT. Mr. Chairman, I had the opportunity in 2004 to further my education in the diaspora. I had my bachelor's degree in International Business Management, Anglo Rising University, and also my master's degree, MBA Finance, in the University of Gloucestershire. I came back to Ghana, like you said, and contested a seat on the MPP ticket in 2012 and won the seat for the first time for MPP party. Mr. Chairman, currently I'm a member of this House, the 8th Parliament, and in the 6th Parliament I serve on the Mines and Energy Committee, and I know my good friend here, Honorable Biamua, knows how active I was on that committee. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Biamua. Are you going to ask questions on a Committee on Energy?
I'll test the ground. Yes, Honorable Mustapha Ussif, congratulations for this nomination.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
They say the ministry is a very hot place, but others survived, and we know you survived. My first question will be on All Africa Games. Ghana has won the right to host the All Africa Games. in 2023. It's a major event, very prestigious in Africa. It's like our Olympic Games. I'm sure you have been briefed by now as to our preparations towards the Games. The LOC, funding, venues. Can you tell this committee what you've been told and how you also plan to let this event happen?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, the country had the opportunity in 2018 to host the African Games come 2023. His Excellency the President has since inaugurated the local organizing committee. And the local organizing committee, as part of my preparation towards this August House, I've met them for briefings. They have started setting up subcommittees to look at how human capital development, because the idea is that we don't just want to host the African Cup of Nations without winning medals. So we have, apart from that, they are also setting up a subcommittee to look at the infrastructure development. We are going to put up, given the opportunity, an Olympic village. And the Olympic village will come with facilities which, after the Games, will be served as a university for sports development. So, Mr. Chairman, yes, we are very focused. Government is committed to host the best ever African Games in the country.
What did you say, University for Sports Development? Is that the plan of the ministry?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's the plan of the ministry per the briefing I've gotten. And even when His Excellency the President was inaugurating the local organizing committee, the President made an emphatic statement that after the Games, we will use the facility to establish a university for sports development. That will be the second university in the whole of Africa. And in Africa...
We had one at Winneba. What happened to it? Is that the same thing, the one at Winneba?
The one at Winneba, this is going to be an entirely new facility that we are going to put up for the Games. But after the Games, we have to utilize the facilities. And the government policy is that we will turn the facility into a university for sports development. And the idea is that the whole of West Africa, we have no such university. What we have currently is a college, university college, a college in Winneba. But we want to use this opportunity that we have gotten as a country to set up a university, which will be the second in the whole of Africa. That's the policy direction of government per the briefing I got.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for...
yes, hold on. So, Honorable Member, you said we have the sports college in Winneba, that's correct. So, you are going to have this university in Winneba?
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I didn't say we are going to have it in Winneba. I said we already have an existing sports college at Winneba, which government currently is in the process of reviving that college as well to meet international standard and bring in facilities, modern facilities to meet the intended objective of setting up that college. So the honorable member should be assured that government is in the process. Feasibility studies have already been carried out to ensure that we revive that college as well.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Leader is fighting for his constituency, Winneba. Yes, one of the major challenges that the sports sector faces, especially when it comes to the public side, is funding. Thankfully, a few facilities have been put together because of the National Youth Authority Act, which enabled some funding to be channeled to that authority and which the ministry has been grateful for. Now, the Sports Act 2016 spoke about sports fund, that you should make regulations towards creating a sports fund. Have you been briefed as to how far this process has gone?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, I've been briefed. The briefing I got from the National Sports Authority is that currently there is a process ongoing to establish a sports development fund. So we are working on it. But also, most importantly, is the regulation for the Act 934, because the processes also have started to give opportunity to the authority to be able to get more funding, commercialize sports for their revenue generation. So yes, to answer the question, there is plans are far advanced per the briefings I've got, because there is a cabinet memo that has been sent on the sports development fund.
Thank you. The last one, have you been briefed about sports academies and whether there are efforts to make regulations towards regulating that sector? The challenge we seem to have is that people just gather youth together, put them under certain conditions, and then term it an academy. But academy, properly so-called, should have facilities like just an educational center, except that they have to concentrate on the sport that they want to do. Right to Dream Academy in Ghana has been transferring players and making millions out of it. Now, as I asked, do you have enough briefing on academies and the way forward as far as regulations and other things are concerned?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, I've gotten briefing on sports academy or sports colleges, and I know there is work ongoing on bringing a bill to this House, and the bill is the sports bill, the sports colleges academy bill, or sports colleges bill. And currently, there is a committee that my predecessor set up, and they've done extensive work on the sports bill. But the regulations, like I said, in the Act 934, also is currently ongoing. Once the regulations are done, and this House approve the regulations, it will also give opportunity, because what we face as a country is that there's no regulations, there is no any law on academy. And private sector want to come in to support, like the Honorable Member said, Right to Dream Academy came to Ghana in 1999. In 1999, they've been training the youth of this country, not only in football, but other sports disciplines, and also generational leaders. They've given scholarship to the youth, some of the youth of this country, to study in Ivy League schools in the USA. And it's a model that, if we showcase, we'll get other private sector participation, which will be very important to this country and to be beneficial to this country. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
First.
Thank you. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee. Honorable Nominee.
Thank you so much.
Yes. There have been some accusations in the public domain which have been labeled against the Ministry of Youth and Sports in times past for misapplying funds meant for the operations of the National Youth Authority, established under the National Youth Authority Act 939, for the construction of sports-related infrastructure like stadia. And yet, when you go through the functions of Act 939, Section 18, it's very clear that the funds of the National Youth Authority shall be applied in furtherance of the functions stated under Section 3 of the same Act. If given the nod, can you give this committee the assurance that you would launch a probe into this matter with a view to ensuring that the funds of the National Youth Authority are applied for the furtherance of the functions of the authority?
Mr. Chair, with respect, the law is clear on the consequences of misapplication. And he is saying that perception of misapplication of funds, public funds. With respect, I was thinking that my learned colleague would rephrase that aspect of his question, because if there's perception and the person has not been convicted, and you say perception of misapplication, there's a law on that. And the nominee would have a very difficult situation having to answer question of perception when the consequence of it is conviction.
That's okay. I listened to the question. He said there were accusations and perception in the public. Will he investigate? Was that not what your question was?
You should make it clearer.
Construction of stadia with funds meant for the operations of the
Honorable, answer the question is, will you investigate any such allegations if you're given the nod?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have no knowledge of the allegation, but what I know is that there is youth resource centers being built. They are not just stadium like the honorable member said. The youth resource centers comes with facilitating, apart from the FIFA standard pitch, it comes also with entrepreneur center, business entrepreneur centers to train the youth. It comes with an ICT hub where youth can go and be trained. It also comes with an 8-lane track that also can use to promote the youth development in terms of athletics. So there are 10 youth resource centers being built currently, and the first phase is complete. It's not just an ordinary stadium, as my honorable member mentioned. It's a youth resource center to build the capacity of the youth of this country. So it's forced directly under the Act and the functions of the authority. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Honorable Nominee, even though you have not worked at the ministry before, but I know you have been briefed, I'd like to find out from you whether you know of the case of Mr. I.K. Menu. He was Deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority, but in 2017 he was asked to step aside for some investigations to be conducted. Now, after 4 years, Mr. I.K. Menu is at home but continues to draw salary from the taxpayer. If you have been briefed about Mr. I.K. Menu, what would you do to ensure that his matter is brought to a definitive conclusion?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't have knowledge, I've not heard it, but given the opportunity by this August House, I will investigate the matter and report back if necessary. Thank you.
Right, my last question. Honorable Nominee, your constituency is a neighboring constituency to mine, and you are aware of the existence of the Sandema Youth Training Institute, which operates directly under the National Youth Authority. Now, there are 9 other such institutions dotted across the country. But these skills training institutes appear to have been completely abandoned, and I've used the Sandema Skills Training Centers Some of your constituents are students of that institute. The school is abandoned. There are no workshops. There are no ICT centers. They don't even have a vehicle. I have personally supported that institute to fix their vehicle before, but right now it is completely broken down. What would you do to bring these schools back on their feet to ensure that the object of the Youth Authority, National Youth Authority Act 2016, which is also about ensuring that the youth have access to skills training, is realized?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I know work have started on the retooling of these youth leadership training centers. And I know maybe it's a gradual process. For example, the one in Nalelibu, there's one in Nalelibu, and I'm aware there is a renovation going on and it's functioning very, very well. And also the one in Eastern region also is working so well. So given the opportunity, I'll continue what my predecessors have started by retooling most of these youth resource centers. Because the idea is that there's a skill deficiency in our youth, and there was an analysis done on skill gap analysis in our youth by Corvette, and identified that most of our youth lack basic skills. You agree with me that even at the construction sector, we get foreigners coming to do some skill job that our youth should have been doing. And plans are far advanced because there's a project currently going to be rolled out, the Job and Skill Project, the Ghana Job and Skill Project. So I will collaborate with the implementing agency, which is the Ministry of Education, the Ministry, and also Corvette and National Board for Small Scale Industry, to see how best we can get this training institute function as we establish them for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reverend, today I'm going to, okay, you're the only one here, so, yes.
I'm grateful, Honorable Chair. Congratulations. I must congratulate you, Honorable Minister-designate.
Thank you so much.
In 2019, there were 10 multipurpose youth centers that were initiated by your predecessor, Honorable Isaac Esiama. Can you tell this committee the state of these 10 multipurpose youth centers? And can you assure the committee that when given the nod, you'll be committed to the successful completion of each of these facilities?
Honourable Member, I think he just spoke to that in response to a question asked by the Honourable.
No, thank you, Honourable Chair. But I have a few other concerns with your indulgence, which I'll put across. During your tenure as the National Service boss, what were some of the challenges you inherited and how did you overcome them? That would be your topmost or milestonic successes that you're proud of during your tenure as a...
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when I had the opportunity to serve the good people of this country as the Executive Director of Ghana National Scheme, the huge challenge I was confronted with is to the issue of our national service personnel after finishing national service, hotness, and that's jobs. So national service, under my leadership, we introduced various initiatives with approval from the board. And one of such initiatives is the entrepreneurship concept. Because we realized that 4 years analysis that we did, more than 500,000 national service personnel have passed through our hands. And there is a research from University of Ghana, ISA, that says only 10% of these our graduates are able to get a job 1 year after national service. So it was a challenge for me, even though my mandate is to deploy national service personnel, but I was concerned as an executive director. So we introduced an entrepreneur track where we collaborated with institutions like National Board for Small Scale Industry. And they gave training to more than 2,000 as a pilot, 2,000 national service graduates. and also collaborated with Maslow. And Maslow supported some of them as seed capital to start their own business, as most of them into poultry business. And as we are aware, National Service, we have various farms, and we have a poultry farm. So normally we give opportunity to National Service personnel to go through the value chain training. And some of them get opportunity to set up businesses out of the value chain. Some of them not necessarily even doing production of poultry, but even feed. They can take it as a business. Processing of the poultry can also serve as a business. So we give them the 1 year period opportunity to learn throughout the value chain of how to receive the day-old chicks, how to even do the production. So to answer the honorable member question, these are some of the challenges, but we have started addressing some of the challenges. Thank you so much.
You're done. Yeah, Honorable Nilante. Okay. Yes, Honorable Joshua.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, in April 2016, Ghana was ranked 38th in the world on the FIFA rankings. However, in the latest FIFA ranking issued on February 18, 2021, Ghana is ranked 52nd in the world when it comes to sports. What would you do to improve football? Yes, yeah. What would you do to improve Ghana's FIFA ranking?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our performance in international tournaments when it comes to football is something that we have to look at as a country. We need, because mostly what I've observed is that the preparation towards tournament is done in the year of the tournament. So given the opportunity by this August House, I will engage the key stakeholders, the federations, like GFA, the National Sports Authority, to see how we can have a plan. Because in 2000, when Germany went for the European Cup of Nations and they performed badly, Germany, they came around a round table to see how they can improve their football. So the decision and the recommendation was to set up technical centers in their province, the county, and to harness talent. And in 2014, 14 years after this initiative, Germany won the World Cup. So as a country, we have to come together and see how we can have a comprehensive short-term, medium-term plan for our national teams so that we can improve on the rating. Once we are winning trophies, it will help us to improve the rating. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The second question has to do with the astroturfs that were built during the tenure of the former minister. Now, many have said that that project was not consultative enough. In other words, the communities were not involved in the planning of that project. In fact, when you come to Medina constituency, it got to a time when the youth were up in arms against the project. Now, a lot of the youth and the community are advocating that those astroturfs should be remodeled so that we can have it as a standard stadium, so that it can also promote other commerce. You can host Premier Leagues there and the community can benefit. Would you consider a proposal to remodel the AstroTurf in Medina constituency especially to meet up at a standard stadium?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the facility the honorable member is talking about wasn't done by the Ministry of Youth and Sports. But given the opportunity, it was done by Ministry of Zongo Development. But given the opportunity, yes, I will look into it to see how we can get to redesign most of our AstroTurfs to meet international standard if what the honorable member is saying is true. Because I have not had the opportunity of seeing the facility. But given the opportunity by this August House, I will look into it. Thank you so much.
As a quick follow-up, I would encourage that if you get a nod and you have to look into it, since it was raised here first, you make sure you give priority to Medina. And then let me quickly ask the very last question. What would you do to improve funding for disability sport and women's sports in Ghana?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, given the opportunity, all sporting activities are going to be given attention as a minister, especially when it comes to para sports. And I've already even engaged the para federation to see their plans. So I will engage with them to see how we can improve, because the problem we face as a country is the facilities available for our brothers who are disabled. So we have to improve on the facilities so that they will be able to get opportunity to train, because they are winning medals for us when they go for Olympic Games and Commonwealth Games. So it's something that, given the opportunity by this August House, together with honorable members, we'll see how best we can improve them. Thank you so much.
Honorable nominee said all sports will be improved. I have here before me a petition sent by Ghana Wheelchair Basketball Federation. They say that they have lost their membership of the federation because at the time they were due to register, the ministry did not support them. Are you assured that you make sure that the Wheelchair Basketball Federation will be supported to rejoin the International Federation by paying their all their dues and commitments?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, given the opportunity, I will follow up with the Para Federation. They have their federation that I will follow up to see how we can improve on that, and also their subscription. We know that they have international partners, and the law makes it clear that they pass through the National Sports Authority. So I will engage the National Sports Authority to see how all the federations will be very active so that they will have the opportunity to represent our country in international tournaments.
Yes, Honorable Member for.
Thank you very much. Minister, what is your take on sports betting?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a Muslim, my religion don't support sports betting. But as a country that we live in, the country that we live in, there's law that permits sports betting. So, given the opportunity, I will engage the regulator here, that's the Gaming Commission, to see how we improve on it. But also, more importantly, how the underage, because they have the law also prohibits those under 18 to bet. But we have right now the way the betting goes on, you can just download an app and you bet. So parents, the public education, and parents should be very mindful about what their children do when it comes to betting.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask the nominee his views on sponsorship in sports. I took a look at a study that the Johannesburg Stock Exchange did. It's the 17th largest stock exchange in the world. It trades over $30 billion monthly. They looked into companies that sponsor sports and compare their revenues to those who do not sponsor sports. I'm sure you've heard of Ashanti Goldfields. Bekwa used to have Bioplan Stars, Kotoko. You go to South Africa, if Orlando Pirates is playing, you have the appetite to watch because you see that the team is well catered for their kits and everything. FMB, you find Absa Bank sponsoring. Atramani used to sponsor table tennis in Ghana. We produce Francophonie through sponsorship in tennis. a lot of companies, Milo, we used to have the Milo Sports Championship. School sports was sponsored by companies. All these things have died, and they've died with our sports because we've never put in place a very good strategy to get companies attracted to sponsoring our sporting disciplines. GMPC will only take on the national team, which I have a problem with. Sponsorship is a only way to revive our sports. What will be your strategy to attract some of the big companies into the area of sports sponsoring? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my strategy will be to engage the Ministry of Education to revive the inter-school sports festivals and also get the media to support, to promote it. What we can do, given the opportunity, is to get the media to put in a bid to showcase the sports, especially from the district level up to the regional level and the national level. So the media can come in just like the brilliant maths and science quiz. It wasn't functioning well until the media started showcasing it, and all students are now getting involved to even support their schools. So it's an area that we look at, because I remember when I was in secondary school, in Salaga Secondary School, and there's sports, who is Milo, Nestle Ghana was supporting. So it's an area that, and the sponsorship, the company also want to be seen to be sponsoring the activities. So that's why I said the strategy will be getting media houses to put in bid to showcase some of these activities, sports festivals that we'll be doing in our secondary school. But I'll do so in collaboration with Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education to revive and harness talent from secondary school. What I want to add, as a policy, as a country, we can even say we will select our national talent from the secondary schools, because we have opportunity now, free SHS, where everybody has to go to school. Because the tendency is that most sportsmen and women at the junior age, once they identify their talent, they don't want to go to school. And if they are not able to get their career, they become burden to society. So if, as a country, we put in a policy that our selection based on that, even the teams in this country, the Premier League, the first divisions, will go to such festivals to identify talent for their teams. So to answer the honorable member, that is what we will do as a strategy, given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I want you to look at companies and sponsorship. Lastly, growing up, around 3 o'clock, Sundays, you would want to hear voices like Joe Latte, Kwabena Japan, Kwabena Yeboah, Joe Agri, Neil Ante Van der Poy, commenting on football matches. We picked up very good vocabulary from them. Lately, you listen to the question, Obi. Lately, you see that a lot of people want to go into that space, but they don't have that requisite training. And I think the ministry can come in a way to build the capacity of people into sports journalism and in that regard. What would you promise those who are very interested in that space when you are given the opportunity?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know they have an association called SWAG. So, given the opportunity, I will engage SWAG to see how we can get a training manual to develop the like of Neil and Van der Poy and the names you mentioned. So, to give them the opportunity to be able to have that capacity. So that people will want to go and even listen to their commentary, because everybody know Oluha by Kwabena Yeboah. If you mention it, every child in the Ghana know, just because of his tone and voice. So, luckily for me, he's the president of the association. So given the opportunity, I will engage him to see how we can engage our young ones to have training. We have promising ones in most of the media houses. There are promising ones, Mr. Gary Asmith and Sadiq and the rest. Most of them are doing so well as well. So we encourage them to have training. Abate and Co. They are all very good up and coming media journalists. So given the opportunity by this August House, we will give them the necessary training. Thank you so much.
Yes, the commentator Nilante Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I normally don't do this, but the Chairman permits me today to say I'm happy for my young brother, and I hope that I'm happy for my young brother, and I hope that he will be successful in this ministry. I wish him all the best, and he can count on some of us support when he's approved. Let me start with sports infrastructure. A lot of noise have been made about sports infrastructure and their maintenance. We built Esipon recently. If you go to Esipon, you will not be happy. We built Awal Mohammed, Tamale. If you go there, you will not be happy. We started work at Accra Sports Stadium. It's still at the tip. What are you going to do to ensure that we give the maintenance culture of our sports facilities the needed attention? Or will you also ascribe to the policy of getting proper estate managers to manage these facilities on behalf of the National Sports Authority?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to answer the first aspect, what I will do to improve the maintenance culture. The maintenance of our facilities, not only the sports facilities, is a problem. And I remember I had opportunity working with G4S Integrated Services in the UK. They are facility managers. They manage Leicester Hospital, and I was a supervisor of that company. What they have there, the experiences I had, they had maintenance manual for all the facilities that they manage. G4S was managing Leicester Hospital in Stevenage. They were managing Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Welling Garden City and other hospital facilities. And they have a maintenance manual for all their facilities. So given the opportunity, I will liaise with the National Sports Authority to ensure that every sports facility that we have in this country have a maintenance manual, so that the culture, on daily basis, you know the people responsible, the individual responsible for making sure maintenance are done, know what to do. And also, even there's also inspectors. Apart from the maintenance, people have to inspect to ensure that what is in the manual is complied with. So the ministry will liaise with the National Sports Authority to get an inspectorate directorate for our sports facilities, where they will frequently be monitoring to ensure that it's done. The other aspect of privatizing or giving the facility to management companies to manage for us is an issue that I will engage the stakeholders, GFA, GALCA, National Sports Authority, to see the way forward, because the facilities have to be maintained. Because if the facilities are deteriorated, they cannot be utilized, and it will go against the teams. And it will go against the team. They have to meet standards so that they can compete. We can also get even harness talent from our local league for our national team to be able to play. So that's what I'll do. And I'll engage you, my senior, because I know you have a lot of experience. You are one of the people who will also be advising us to do. Thank you so much.
Honorable nominee, my second question has to do with a very sensitive issue. Lack of funding for sporting activities in the country has been perennial. But the most awful part is the fact that everybody seems to think that football deserves the most attention. So the budget of the Ministry of Youth and Sports is always consumed by football, and even if I don't say football, only the senior national team. What are you going to do to make sure you give equal attention to all the sporting disciplines so that it doesn't seem like we are killing some other sporting disciplines in favor of football?
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I would rather say we give equitable attention or equitable distribution of resources. Because if you look at the country, yes, I will be a minister for all sports discipline in the country, and we promote and ensure that their welfare, their facilities, how they are training, we will ensure that is done. But we also have to also understand the strength of our country. Look at a country like Jamaica. Worldwide, globally, everybody knows that Jamaica is a sports nation, is an athletic nation. But Jamaica don't win medals on long distance. They focus on where they have their strength, the short distance, and they are winning globally. And you look at our sister country, Kenya. Kenya is focusing on long distance and they don't win short distance. Even in Ghana, look, we have to look at our geographical locations. Because if you take, for instance, the Upper East, we are known to be boxers. And if you look at the history of those who have prominent boxers in the country, they are known. So things like that is what we will do to ensure that every sporting discipline is given the needed attention. Then, in terms of funding, earlier in my earlier answer, I said government is in the process because the law that's under your leadership was passed at 934 in the regulation bid. The regulation is currently they've started working on it. My predecessor have already started on it. It's going to give way to improve our funding structure so that we don't rely solely on our budget. So the National Sports Development Fund, I know a technical committee was set up by my predecessor, and I also know that there's a cabinet memo that has gone to cabinet. Given the opportunity, I'll follow it through to see the cabinet decision so that we get a national sports fund to develop our sports. Sports is the only event that brings this country together. When we had challenges in the road sector as a country, we set up a road fund. We had challenges in the educational sector, we set up GET fund. We had challenges in the infrastructure, we set up the infrastructure fund. Sports, that brings this country together. The only time you see everybody wearing the national, the flag, is when it comes to our national team representing us globally in the tournament. Yet we don't have fund to develop talent, the human capital. So given the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, I'll follow it vigorously to see to it that we get a sports fund.
Honorable Nilante, Chairman, with your indulgence. Now you are talking about funds, honorable nominee, and you've referred to road fund, GET fund. All of them are taxes and levies on VAT. Are you suggesting that you establish a sports fund? How do you intend to get revenue? Are you thinking of a levy or taxes or sports betting?
Thank you so much. Rightly so. If you look at neighboring countries like Kenya and Kenya, for instance, their tax component on betting is our 35%. And the whole of Africa, Ghana is the lowest, the tax where we tax just 10% on the betting. So it's something that I will engage the Ministry of Finance to see as one of the revenue stream.
You engage cabinet, you engage as Minister of Finance. This will be a major decision. However, you are encouraged to do that. But just to Honorable Nilante, I train at Accra Sports Stadium, football. I train at Tamale Awal Mohammed. If you go to Accra Sports Stadium now, even for warm-up, the tracks are all down. If you go to Tamale, sometimes we have to find our own money to water the grass. There's accumulated electricity bills, accumulated water bills, never paid, never to be paid. What leadership will you provide to the ministry if confirmed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. In an earlier answer, I said we'll get a manual, a maintenance manual, and also improve on the revenue generation, IGF generation of the National Sports Authority, so that we'll be able to maintain our sports facilities very well. So, like the law at 934 that we passed as a House in 2016, the regulations, when the regulation comes to fruition, and I know it's currently at the draft stage, when given the opportunity by this House, we will get the regulation here, so that together we'll make sure that we put in commercialization of our sports, so that we have funds to maintain the facilities that we are investing our money in. It's not proper to put in a lot of money, put up these facilities and get it deteriorated just because we can't maintain them. So, Mr. Chairman.
Can I get more clarity? What do you mean by commercialization? Football is already commercial. If you play and you do well, you become an icon, you become the toast of, I don't know which team chairman supports, whether it's a Blue Chelsea or a Man U.
I support Kotoko, no other.
Fabo.
Yes.
So, and then, so when you say commercial, what do you mean? You commercialize sports. Earlier in an answer to Honorable Patrick Buama, the lesser sports, and Neil and Tetu have touched on it. Everybody in Ghana is about football. Volleyball is gone. Boxing probably gone. No enthusiasm. So will you build and develop new leaders in these areas? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, what I meant by getting commercialization is the National Sports Authority is the authority mandated by Act 934 to manage and maintain these facilities. Yet, the users of the facilities don't pay realistic fees for the usage. So that's why I said we will engage the stakeholders to ensure that we come on a common ground on how to generate revenue for the National Sports Authority in order to be able to maintain the facilities that we have invested our taxpayers' money in. In answering the question about how to harness talent, in an earlier answer I said we will revive the inter-school sports festivals from the district level to the regional level and also national level, so that we use that platform to identify our talent. We will use it, we will also give opportunity to the media houses to put in a bid to showcase these sports so that it will stimulate interest of Ghanaians about this inter-school festival, just like the Brilliant Minds and Science Schools model. So, the Chairman, this will be a big platform for us as a nation to identify our talent, not only for the leagues, but also for our national teams. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much.
This is a bit controversial, but let me go to that area, because if I don't go to that area, many people will not be happy. There's this very controversial issue of national team bonuses. My very good friend sitting ahead of me here will testify to it. Obiamwa there will also do, and I also will do. What is the view about this whole structure of national team bonuses, the philosophy of national team bonuses? Is it necessary? Is it sustainable? What should we do so we can have a very motivating national team bonuses for sportsmen, all sportsmen, not only footballers?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the issue of bonuses is something that is worrying, like the honorable member just rightly said. given the opportunity by this August House, I will engage the stakeholders, GFA, the National Sports Authority, Parliament, and even Ministry of Finance to get, and even Attorney General Department, to get a comprehensive bonuses structure that will leave time, you understand? So that once we have it, it's not a year that when we have tournaments that will then be coming to discuss bonuses. It will be known to all sportsmen and women in this country, so that they will not put ahead bonuses ahead of represent our country, like we have seen in the past. Thank you.
My last one has to do with human capacity. Mr. Chairman, you agree with me that when some of us were very young, our interest in sports was actually whipped up by few committed teachers who are called PE masters. Today, this very important human resource base is missing or is vanished. And as such, nurturing of talents at the basic level is off. What are you going to do to make sure we get these wonderful trainers, physical instructors, physical educationists, and the rest back into the system so that interest of sports in our younger generation will be hooked up right from the infancy? The second one has to do with, you talk about youth development. I'm talking about human resource development. Should our youth development centers be an extension of our technical and vocational schools, or be places where the moral values of this country will be imparted into the youth for development?
Because he answered two in one question, I've missed the first question. If you can retake your question.
The first one has to do with the physical education and sports.
Thank you.
And then the second one has to do with moral value development of the youth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know of the object of the establishment of the Universe Sports College was to train technical men and women for our sports activities. And that is why government have taken the steps to revive the Universe Sports College. And also, given the opportunity, I will engage the Ministry of Education and Ghana Education Service to ensure that every school have a PE teacher. Because, like he said, I had opportunity when I was in secondary school. I had opportunity when I was in even teacher training school in Bagaba teacher training camp, and my PE teacher was very, very active. He's called Mr. Tia, and I know he'll be proud of me sitting here today. And so I know the importance of a PE teacher helping to develop talent at a basic level. If the vision of myself and government going forward is to make sure that we revive the inter-school festivals, and there's no PE teachers, people who would train these talents, then it's a big problem. And that is why going forward, like I said in the earlier answer, after the African Games, we are going to use those facilities to establish the University for Sports Development. And this will be a platform where we can train more technical people, coaches, referees, so that they will meet international standard and also be able to harness talent for our national team and also the teams that we have in our league. Thank you so much. The second part of morals, where the youth resource centers are built. Yes, Mr. Chairman, given the opportunity, I will engage most of these youth resource centers are not being managed by the ministry, as you know. Some of them by Corvette, others by Ministry of Education, and also some under the Ministry of National Youth Authority. So together, we'll do stakeholders collaboration to see how we instill morals and discipline among the youth of this country.
Yeah, thank you very much. Haven't been there before. It would be unfair to be asking you questions that much, but my questions really are pointers, so just take note. Now, on the issue of national teams, you know very well that the national teams are really not a property of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The national teams, by GFA and FIFA regulations, are yes, and you also have the Sports Authority. So really, the ministry is not directly responsible for these teams. But the key problem with sports is financing. Sports is financing. The finance ministry will not give you money. If they give you very grudgingly. Are you thinking about the option of getting the GFA and National Sports Authority to consider auctioning the support for these teams to given companies, big companies, so that they fund the development of these teams, and then they will bypass the finance minister because that expense will be tax deductible. That company can deduct that as an expenditure, either corporate social responsibility or as part of branding expenditure, because if the teams do well at the international level, then they become good brands that the company can use to brand itself. So in terms of innovative financing, will you be willing to have this discussion with the GFA and the National Sports Authority?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'll consider it is a very innovative idea that my senior brother, like I said in the earlier answer, financing is one of the biggest challenges, like he has said, in sports. So if there are suggestions like that, I'll take it and look into it, given the opportunity. And I'll engage the Ministry of, because companies are not sponsoring because there are no incentives. So if I'll engage the Ministry of Finance to see how we can get incentive for companies sponsoring our national teams, so that we can get more companies to do so and improve on the talent, and also we can get more trophy. Like, I know, for example, when President Kufuor was in government, he got Anglo Good to support the national team, and the whole agenda was to make sure that we qualify for the World Cup. And because it started earlier, and they were giving support and they were training, building capacity, we were able to go through and qualify for the World Cup. And when His Excellency, may his soul rest in peace, Professor Atames also came, he was able to get GMPC to support our national teams. And because of the preparation that we put into, again, we're able to qualify for the 2010 World Cup. So if we're able to get sponsorship for our national team, I believe strongly that we'll do well, and we can even improve our ranking in FIFA. Thank you so much.
Chairman, if I can just do a little follow-up. I note that you reference to his memory, late Professor Mills. As I understand those days working with him, his concept of financing sports, given his rich background in sports, was for corporate social responsibility. You've mentioned just GMPC. Professor Mills' thinking at the time was that let's have a corporate social responsibility bill which allows corporate entities to make a contribution to that fund you mentioned to support sports. you want to assure us that you take up this initiative and give meaning to it. Thank you, Chair. And then, just ending, I disagree with you and Neil Ante on bonuses. And I was just sharing with Chairman, I have a football club, Steadfast United. Yesterday, my team played with Kintampo United 4-1. As soon as the results came, my first text message was bonuses. Bonuses. So don't dismiss it. If you don't give it to them, don't expect better performance from them at the next opportunity. But can you respond to the GMPC, Corporate Social Responsibility Sports Fund? What will you do as Minister? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes, I will go with that direction. Corporate social responsibility. Companies, multinational, using their corporate social responsibilities to support sports development in Ghana. So, but like the honorable member for Boku Central also mentioned, these companies will also be able to do so when there is incentives for them. So that's why I said, given the opportunity, I will engage the Ministry of Finance and even make a case in Cabinet, so that Cabinet can take a decision and get incentive packages for corporate Ghana that is willing to support our national teams. And on the issue of bonus, the response wasn't, we are not going to pay bonuses, but it was to have a structure in place, a proper structure that it is known to everyone, so that when there is known to everyone, it's not when you are playing, there's a tournament, we are now going to be discussing bonuses. It doesn't give the team focus. But once they know that this is what they are entitled to, and also they are paid, they will be committed and focused and representing us in tournaments that we assign them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just some clarity, Mr. Chairman. The proposal that I asked about, you don't need any change in the existing law. You don't need anything. All you need is a policy change by the GFA to agree to auction out the teams, various national teams, and even the different sports, every single one of them, so that the highest bidder will be any company that puts in a bid and says, I will be able to hire a coach of this standard for them, I will maintain this stadium over here for them, I will sponsor them to participate in XY number of this. And in exchange, like you said, the incentive is that if they do well, then the brand becomes yours to use for advertising. And that's an expense that can be deducted by the company as part of its expenses before the imposition, the determination of its taxable income. I mean, that's my view of the matter, but it's up to GFA and then Sports Authority with your direction. Now, my second question really has to do with popular sports and the relationship between popular sports, land use and spatial planning, and generally the planning of the city, and the responsibility of local government authorities to provide space for sports activity. So to what extent will you be focusing on imposing on local government authorities the responsibility to ensure planning in such a way that space is made available for sporting activity, and that they develop those spaces and they maintain those spaces?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, if we have to go back to the basics to develop our youth in sports, then they should have facilities at the basic level in the communities or the district level, so that they will be able to use them to develop their talent. So given the opportunity, I will engage the Ministry of Local Government and also Ministry of Education, because sometimes even in the schools, they can have those facilities there.
Let me just help you. This House passed the law, Land Use and Spatial Planning Law. And during the debate, if you recall, we had an issue with how public spaces reserved for sporting and recreational activity are being encroached upon. So we structured the law in such a way that only this House will approve, rezoning of public spaces by even the local government authorities. And the whole objective was to preserve those public spaces so that it can be developed for sports and etc. So that's where you should, one of the things you should be paying attention to, and paying attention to the planning, and then getting assemblies to fund the infrastructure at that level.
Very well noted, Mr. Chairman. So given the opportunity, I will engage the Ministry of Local Government and look at the law to ensure that places given for sports facilities are not encroached on. Thank you.
Yes.
My team was suspended.
I'm giving it to Hassan already. I thought we have had enough.
Now, just clarifying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ussif, I congratulate you.
Thank you so much.
First of all, I have a message for you from my mother. She insists I should thank you for the kind gesture that you extended to her some time ago. He picked her from the airport. Driver delayed. He didn't know her. He picked her and took her all the way home. So she insists that I should thank you for her publicly.
Thank you so much
for that kind gesture. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I've done my duty to my mother. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, are you aware if government gives any financial support to the Ghana Premier League, both male and female? And if yes, what's the state of payment?
Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware. Government, as part of measures to support companies and industries, also considered the sports industry. And our premier, currently the teams in the Premier League has been given 50,000 Ghana cedis each to support them, because currently when they are playing, you know, the capacity, because of the COVID, the current situation, they are not getting spectators to come in. So that was government support to them. But also, most importantly, is the YEA agreement that National Sports Authority and the YEA did to support, and more than 1,000 sportsmen and women are benefiting from this initiative. And they get allowances or stipends, 500 Ghana cedis every month. And this was an MOU between the National Sports Authority just to develop our sportsmen and women in these difficult times.
Very well. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee. You spoke earlier about the state of our stadia and sports facilities, and how realistic rates are not being paid, and maybe how the NSA is not also living up to expectation. In that regard, I want to, if you haven't been briefed, draw your attention to what possibly could also be the reason why the NSA is unable to meet some of this very necessary expenditure to maintain our stadia. It has to do with wastage. I have with me here a letter dated 22nd November 2018 that was to go through the tender processes to procure 2 Toyota Hilux 4-wheel drive double cabin pickups. That was done in 2018, but by 2020, under the watch of the NSA boss, the vehicle had either been reported stolen under very bizarre circumstances. And the NSA is that that vehicle may not have been stolen after all, but there is no investigation that has been conducted into this. Again, there are reports of, as we all know, per the procurement requirement, how heads of institutions should not split contracts so that they can meet thresholds to award those contracts. Examples, and I can give you those documents where such contracts, like for dustbin purchases, are split in that manner. What are you going to do about, one, this pickup, and also these procurement breaches that result in wastage at the NSA once you are approved?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is news to me, and given the opportunity by this August House, I will do a follow-up on it to ensure that the necessary investigation is done to ensure that we get the vehicle back. Because I don't know the status now. I don't know whether it was reported to the police, whether it was insured or insurance to pay. So because the standard should have insured, if it is stolen, then you just have to report it. And if it's comprehensive, then you'll be able to get the vehicle back. So I will look into it, given the opportunity. On the issue of the procurement, the PPA, that is Public Procurement Authority, they normally do periodic training for institutions. And I remember when I was at National Service, we had the opportunity every year inviting them to come and give us training so that we'll be updated by. And they also do audits per the law as well. So given the opportunity, the agencies under me, I will ensure that they comply fully with the Procurement Act. They will comply fully with the Procurement Act. And that's the assurance I will give to this committee, August House. Thank you.
All right. That's why, even though I am happy for you for this nomination, I wish this was an opportunity with the previous minister, the minister who was there. That is where perhaps some of these issues would have been well interrogated. But, honorable nominee, one thing that I know you are going to have to deal with also at the ministry has to do with visa scandals. Visa scandals. We know, for example, of the Australian visa scandal. An investigation was said to have been conducted into it. As we speak, we do not know what the outcome of that investigation is. There is another stinking visa racketeering deal brewing in relation to the Para-Olympic Games, where we are told about 100 plus people, names of people were sent to the UK High Commission, and it is turning out that it is a list full of friends and relatives who are not really disabled and should not be part of this list. We also recall the Prempeh deal at National Youth Authority. At the time you were a member of the board, it involved about 500 youth that were supposed to be taking part in street light repairs that was going to cost about 4.5 million Ghana cedis. That report too were promise of an investigation into it. The executive officers, the officers who were in charge at the time were all asked to proceed on leave. So, at least on this too, Australian visa and Prempeh, can you give us your word that you will see to it that these reports are made public, if for nothing at all, to guide your work at the ministry and for people to also be informed about what might have happened at these two places?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the issue of visa scandal is very worrying, and it is no good image for our country, especially what's happened in Australia. So, given the opportunity, I know the GFA, the GOC, that's the Ghana Olympic Committee, is normally in charge, and it has to do with accreditation. I know the processes, per the briefing I got, the processes leading to the Australia scandal is that they normally have a list called a long list and also a short list. The long list normally will be prepared first for the host federation or the organizing country, for the organizers to be able to give accreditation for athletes to be able to participate in the tournament. In the Australian case, instead of waiting for the short list or the final list to be submitted, they issued accreditation to most of these, all the names on the long list. So given the opportunity, I will engage the GOC and the National Sports Authority and ensure that, and even the host nation embassy in Ghana, so that we'll be able to ensure that only vetted athletes or sportsmen and women are issued with visas, so that we don't find ourselves damaging our image in this direction. On the issue of the National Youth Authority, the street light training, which resulted in getting the management moved. Yes, I was a member of the board, the law. Mr. Chairman, the matter was between the National Youth Authority and local government ministry, because it was a collaboration to ensure that every constituency in Ghana or every district in Ghana, we have technicians trained to fix street lights. The matter came to the board, and the board, because per their structure, they will normally bring their program of activities to the board for the board to approve. But as the procurement process, the board is not involved. So I know investigation is still ongoing, so I don't want to give much information. But given the opportunity, I will follow it up to ensure that it doesn't occur again.
So will you be willing to make public the investigation report on the Australian visa scandal, for example?
I will follow through to see the agencies doing this investigation. If they are concluded, maybe there is the current, I don't know the status of the investigation. So if yes, the investigation is concluded, yes, it's a public interest matter, and the report should be made public. That's what I think.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, I'm sure you are well aware of Tamale's contribution to football. The stars that have been produced from Tamale, either for the national team, the Black Stars, or the Starlets and the Satellites. Do you think the area deserve an AstroTurf, and will you consider giving one to somewhere around Camberley or somewhere around Watke?
Camberley, is that your choice?
It's a town in Camberley, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's in my constituency.
Well, I'm only interested in Camberley. That's why.
I'm just asking if you think that those areas will deserve one, or the Banyamli area, any of those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, I know the contribution of the people of Tamale to football, and like I said, we want to go back to the basics where every community will be having inter-school festivals and also community festivals, sports festivals. And if we don't have facilities, how do we do these festivals? So once resources are available, if I have the opportunity, every district and every constituency should get an AstroTurf or a sporting facility. So depending upon the resources availability, Tamale, I can assure you that Tamale
Yeah, the Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to remind the Honorable nominee that he is going to the Ministry for Youth and Sports, not the Ministry for Football, which has really dominated the sector. And I would plead that you focus attention on youth development in particular. One provision in the NDC manifesto I was fascinated about was that because of this tendency to focus on football, we proposed to delineate and have a separate ministry for youth. But the current president is continuing with this tradition of keeping the ministry combined as youth and sports. But please don't forget that it is youth and sports, and not only sports, and for that matter, football in particular. So in that spirit, my first question relates to a report which shocked the nation. It was released only a few days ago, on the 19th of February. A report by the Consultative Committee to Combat Drug Menace in Schools, commissioned by His Excellency the President. A 21-page report was led by Mr. Bright Appiah, the Executive Director of Child Rights International. And I note that going through the report and the membership, you had Reverend Frank Latte from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, who was a member of the consultative committee that conducted this research. The findings are really troubling. You have as many as 36.4% of students in junior and senior high schools. That's very young level, engage in substance abuse. The boys, the figure is at 54.1%, more than half of boys in our public basic schools. A very, very heart-wrenching report. I also have another study conducted by Global Initiative under the title Domestic Drug Consumption in Ghana, an underreported phenomenon, by Lucia Beck. And I'll share this report with you, a 72-page report. And the findings are similar to what this consultative committee found. So the issue of substance abuse, drug abuse, alcohol abuse is a major, major issue amongst the youth now. I have seen FDA issue statements warning the public. The youth are chasing substances like, they say, ecstasy pill, happy pill, love pill, tramadol. Nanaba Namwa did a brilliant job on that. Codeine, Berlin, all kinds of weird substances. Has this report come to your attention? And what are you going to do to help us fight this public health crisis, this drug menace, which is really destroying our youth and the future of this country?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the report it hasn't come to my attention, but I know I've heard it in the public that the use of these drugs is damaging the youth of this country. And even at National Youth Authority, I remember as part of the program was to launch a campaign against and also to educate the youth of this country, the dangers of using these drugs. So given the opportunity, I will ensure that we get the National Youth Authority to go ahead and do more of such campaigns. And also, let me use this platform to also as parents. Parents also have a serious responsibility in this direction, or how we bring up our children. And also, as you know, coming from the national service,
It's a youth agency. And I'm not going to the ministry to just focus on football or sports, leaving the youth development, because there is deficiency, skill development, skill deficiency in this country. In the earlier answer, I said, COVET, I've done skill gap analysis of the youth of this country, and it is very revealing to see how even the construction sector, you agree with me that we get foreigners to come and do some work that our youth should be doing. So the good news is that there is a project that COVET is just about rolling out. The Job and Skill Project, the Ghana Job and Skill Project. And the Ghana Job and Skill Project is to improve on the skill development of the youth of this country. And I know if this project becomes success, it will also help taking this youth from using, because some of these youth have nothing doing. If you are well engaged, you are focused, because it's an opportunity to also train them, it's a platform to train them about the dangers of using such drugs. And also, Ghana Education Service, the Ministry of Education, should also launch a campaign on the usage, because most of these children spend more time in schools. You understand? They spend more time in school. So as part of our effort to get the youth not to be using this drug, I think if we can get, even in our curriculum, the basic school, right away from the primary school, for our children to know the dangers of using such drugs, it will be helpful. So given the opportunity, I will engage the Ministry of Education. Luckily for me, it's just a stone throw between my ministry. I can just walk there and see how best we can collaborate together to improve on or reduce the usage. Thank you.
So as a way of following up on that, what should we expect to be your legacy? God willing, you are confirmed, you are Minister for Youth and Sports. What will be your legacy for the youth of our country? What do you want the youth to remember you for?
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I want to be remembered as a minister who has developed the skill, because we talk about unemployment because our people are not employed because they don't have the needed skills. You will be surprised even at national service who are graduates. When we introduce this, our digitalization agenda to make sure that our processes in dealing with national service becomes paperless, people can just use their phone to sit in any community, be able to apply, get their certificate, request for their certificate. National service personnel will go to internet cafe to ask the cafe owner to do the application for them. So those skills, neutral digital skills and other things are things that we have to develop. So I want to be remembered as a minister who have built the capacity, human capital development. I want to be remembered for that. Aside that, we are also hosting the African Games in 2023. That's a major event for us as a country. So I want to be remembered as a minister who has hosted the best African Games in Africa. And if that happens, thank you.
I see you want to wear the big shoes of the Honorable Odiamwa. We remember him for Cannes 2008. So we can only wish you well. My second question is from your handing over notes. I am deeply worried that you are taking over a heavily indebted ministry. If you go to pages 49 and 50 of your handing over notes, if you have it, you can make reference to it. Over 20 million Ghana cedis is owed to all manner of hotels from M Plaza to Kempinski. You owe bonuses for the national football teams. There are judgment debts in the African origin, travel and tours and others. Have you been briefed about the heavily indebted state of your ministry? And what's the strategy? How are you going to get the ministry out of this heavy debt burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware, but I know per the briefing, per the preparation when I was preparing to appear before this committee, the issue of debt, I don't know the quantum. I've not cross-checked to see that it's 20 million.
In the handover notes, it's 20 million, pages 49 and 50. So you can make reference. It's over 20 million cities.
So I'll check. I'll check to it. I'll check to it. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, when I get there, I will engage the officials at the ministry to see how we can resolve those issues.
Honorable Member, who is responsible for providing money to run the ministry? Who is responsible for providing money to run the ministry?
It's the finance minister.
So it's the national debt within your ministry, is that right?
All right. Thank you.
Chairman, so still there, give us an assurance that you get the Minister of Finance to retire the debt, because those hotels, Kempinski, they are businesses.
Yeah.
So if you owe them, it affects not just their profitability, they may even declare workers redundant when they don't have money to pay. So the Honorable Ablakwa, in response to his question, give us an assurance. As for it, this is the copy. I just looked at it. I've confirmed the numbers. You don't want to be mentioning corporate names. It doesn't also help some of them, their reputation. It even includes outstanding bonuses for the national football teams. So give us an assurance that you follow up with the Ministry of Finance to retire this debt and work in a manner that you don't accumulate further debt for the ministry if you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if given the opportunity, I'll take proactive steps to engage the finance minister, especially when it is in the handover notes. It becomes very easier for me to make my case. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, finally, I will touch on a reputational issue which borders on potential abuse of office. I have a TV3 news video that, Mr. Chairman, I'll seek your kind indulgence to have it played. And if the nominee can kindly pay attention to the screen.
The sound is here.
Has accused the ruling New Patriotic Party of busing people outside the Yagakubori constituency in the Mampugu district to register. The NDC further accused the National Service Board of abuse of office by allocating National Service buses to convey the non-residents to the area to register.
The progression of the voter registration exercise nationwide has been fraught with complaints, accusations, and counter-accusations from both sides of the political divide of people being bussed to the various centers as the news team went around monitoring the registration These 3 national service buses were spotted along the Jadema-Kunkwa Road, Stark-Kinamadi portion of the road for hours. The NDC team allegedly chanced on the incident as their vehicle got stuck in this mud and this ensued. These allegations have been heightened, especially in parts of the Northeast region, where the NDC claims the governing party, the MPP, is abusing its office to their detriment. They allege the National Service Board is also abusing its office by allocating official vehicles to convey people to registration centers under circumstances that will not convince them not to vote independently. We find it very difficult to use this road anytime it rains. We were happy when Honorable Mustapha organized a bus to take us to go and register.
The roads have always been bad, and it was good he put us in this bus for us to go and register.
Moments into Yagaba Township, we spotted 2 other national service buses believed to have brought people to the area to register. Residents in the constituency have expressed worry on how state vehicles are allowed to transport people to register. We reached out to the National Service Boss, Mustapha Ussif.
Yes, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So that's a TV3 News report during the registration. You are accused as National Service Boss, as we saw. The passengers all mentioned your name, that you organized them. You see National Service buses, using National Service buses for partisan activity. How do you respond to that? Abuse of office.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the National Service buses were procured during Vincent Kwabwemu's regime. And it was for the purposes of getting our National Service personnel, because we are doing our farm activities, to engage, to be able to get them to a farm so that they will be able to learn practically the practices that are done on the farm. But when the National Service Expose came and most of the district officers were implicated and a new executive director was appointed, the buses were not being used. So when I assumed office, there were a lot of maintenance charges coming to me as executive director. So I made a proposal to the board, and the board gave approval that we should commercialize the buses so that instead of we using the bigger IGF to be paying for the maintenance, we'll be able to, because the buses are in the region, they are in the 10 regions. He bought 10 of them for the 10 region. So I'm not aware, I wasn't personally involved in busing the people, but an association in Accra here met the transport heads at the National Service Secretariat to rent, because they also know they rent the buses, and they rented the buses to transport themselves to go and register. The chairman, when I got to realize it, I immediately asked them to stop, because I don't want to be seen of abusing my office. So immediately, I rather even supported them to even get different buses to
Honorable Member, why did you stop it? Why? Whether you hide this or hide that, your name will be associated. This country, if it was hide for a funeral, nobody will complain. Of registration, for those who were going, were they showing party cards before they bought the bus? Honorable, I'm asking you, for those who were boarding the bus, were they showing party cards?
Not at all.
So did you find out if there was payment? Was payment made? Do you have the receipts? Do you have evidence for this committee? The association that you said. met your transport department without your notice? Do you know if they made payment, if there's evidence to that effect, if there's some receipt we can see?
Yes, normally when they rent these buses, because I said it's not managed at the head office. As you know, National Survey, we have regional offices, and we have 10 regional offices. And when they rent them, the payments are made to the regional office. They rented just about 4 of the buses, and when I got to know it, I stopped it.
Mr. Chairman, that will be it. I'm grateful.
Chair, I have a follow-up.
Yes,
yes. Honorable nominee, the accusation per the news report is that you were buzzing people. From your explanation, you never did so. Correctly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I said I wasn't involved in the buzzing of the people.
That's fine.
Yes, I was coming to leadership, but leader said I should give Gisela one. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I'd like to ask you a question about human capital development, human capital, welfare and care. Without sportsmen and women, there will be no sports. Without sportsmen and women, there will be no sports. And they also have a shorter lifespan in the sense that of their effective sporting life. By 40, somebody cannot necessarily be such an ace footballer and so on and so forth. What plans will you have for that category of people generally, between their welfare, scholarships, investments? How would they be cared for? Because sometimes after they've ended their effective sporting life, they have issues of care and welfare and so on and so forth, and they are a bit on the low side. What will you do? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one given opportunity, we'll get a pension scheme for our national team members, so that once they retire from their career as sportsmen and women, they will have something to live on. So it's something that I will engage the Federation, so that we'll be able to establish a pension scheme for them, so that whatever bonuses that we are giving them, something is deducted into the pension scheme, so that life after their career, they will be able to have something to live on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, honorable nominee, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you so much.
I have a short message to read for you. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, I'll read a message sent from his alma mater, which happens to be in my constituency. So I get sent as a messenger. Now the message says, "Good morning, Hajia, our honorable MP. This is Alhaji Ibrahim, Assistant Headmaster for Salga Senior High School. Hajia, the old students, current students, and staff of Senior High School have asked me to put their request before you to be done during your vetting of Minister of Youth and Sports designate, who happens to be an old student of the school. Their request is that they want you to congratulate him on their behalf. That had it not been that we are in COVID-19 era, they would have been here in their numbers to support him. They say congratulations and they look up to him as a role model. Salam alaikum." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, honorable Jai.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that note, may I take honorable nominee from Salaga to the People's Manifesto. I take you to the NDC's People's Manifesto. In the manifesto, the NDC plan to give every district a sports recreational facility. Will you also want to have a look at that and help the communities have small recreational facilities?
Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Chairman, when given the opportunity, I'll look into it.
Yes, Honorable Mutaka, this question, you should be answering that. I asked you this question in 2009, that you promised us one district, one stadium. Where's my stadium? No. Yes, you put it there. All right, you may. Yes, it's a leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you see the way they are harassing me. It's my grandfather who is from Kumbungu, so I'm from Aswasi. Mr. Chairman, the nominee is a younger brother. He lived in London with my direct younger brother. Anytime I go, we meet and they assist me to do a number of things. But this is not family business. This is public business. So we have to do and earn our salary. The chairman, in an answer to an earlier question, he said he was going to work hard to increase the IGF of the IGF, that's internally generated fund from the ministry to enable him do a number of things. How does he hope to do this?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't say the ministry, I said the National Sports Authority. The National Sports Authority at 934 manages the facilities, the sports facilities of the country. So given the opportunity, we'll find innovative ways of improving on their IGF. So that once those IGFs are improved, they'll be able to maintain those facilities. So that was my response to the question.
Yeah, so I'm just asking, I mean, you are going to be the supervising ministry. So you are going to be the supervising minister who oversights the sports authority that has these facilities. How do you hope to improve the idea? I know you've been briefed. From your brief, you might have started conceiving an idea of how you could assist them to increase their IGF. That's what I want to hear. Whether you have an idea how you intend to do that.
Yes, the sports facilities can be used for other activities. For example, the Tamale Sports Stadium is used for other recreational activities like wedding funerals, and they pay monies for the utilization. So, given the opportunity, we'll ensure. But when I was responding to the question, it was with regards to the teams paying realistic fees for the usage, because the Premier League teams or the first division and second division, they use those facilities. And there is a problem about payment of what is due the National Sports Authority. So I said I will engage all the stakeholders as one of the avenues so that whatever they are paying now, at least we can see how we can adjust it so that they'll be able to get revenues to maintain those facilities. Because at the end of the day, when you have those facilities there and they are not being maintained and they deteriorate, those teams will not get the facility to use again.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so are you going to be considering percentage or a kind of sharing formula from the revenue that they generate away from maybe the current flat fee as a way of, if you have a very good match, then that means you may get some chunk of the money. Or you are just thinking that you should just increase the fee that they pay for playing matches there.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to give emphatic position because I'm a believer of engagement. So I want to engage the stakeholders and see what they are able to pay. Because currently I don't know what their capacity, especially in this current condition where we don't have spectators even going into our sports stadium to watch sports activities. But once things normalize and they are able to get people to go to those facilities, what would be required, the engagement, what I'll put forward is to see how best we can have some percentage of whatever they get from the gate fees.
Mr. Chairman, when he was talking about the maintenance, okay, even before that, you know, they have a lot of shops and stores, and in some instances, I think the Tamale, in the Tamale Sports and the Cape Coast, there are some facilities for even hotel accommodation inbuilt within them. Will you look at the charges, whether they are realistic? Because I know some of the shops in Kumasi Sports Stadium, that's Baba Yara. If you look at the charges, that the amount of money that they pay as either rent, as compared to the locality, if you just step out across the street and out of a shop, how much they are paying, you will see that they are partly contributing to the tourism because they are what they are paying cannot just maintain the facility. Will it also be an area that you will look at to see how you can improve the revenues for the National Sports Authority now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, it will be one of the areas that I will look into it to see how much they are paying, so that if there are the gap between the rate at which those who have rented our sports facilities, the shops, the gap between them and the private ones is very wide. We will look into it to see that they pay realistic rates.
Mr. Chairman, he also talked about the maintenance manual where he has worked in London. Yes, I agree, because that's the only way. It becomes like a checklist. That's the only way you can follow through to make sure that every aspect of the facility is properly maintained. But you know that the problem is not just the checklist. Because even if you take that, oh, you are supposed to maintain the tap next month, and you don't have money to do that, obviously it will escape. Will you consider a facility manager as a way of PPP in trying to ensure that these facilities are properly maintained? Because as you may know, GOG is not a reliable source that you can depend on to do any meaningful thing in terms of this maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a believer of getting those facilities being, like I mentioned, in UK, Lister Hospital belongs to the NHS, but G4S was a facility manager, and they were managing. If the inspectorate board comes to see that G4S is not doing the right thing, it goes against them in terms of how much they are going to pay them. So I'm a believer of getting private management. But the reality is that our teams are also worried as whether they will be able to pay if a private person is managing those facilities, because it will come at a cost to the teams. And they are also, most of them are now even developing. So given the opportunity, I would rather engage them and put all the options on the table so that we will see which one is the best option for both us and the stakeholders, especially the teams.
Yes, sir, I just want to find out in his briefing whether Bolaga Sports Stadium and Azuma Nelson Sports Complex issues were raised with you during your briefing. Bolaga Sports Stadium.
The chairman, no.
And then what about the Azuma Nelson Sports Complex? At Keneshi?
The chairman, no, I don't.
with the Azuma Nelson sports complex, the president said when he came in 2017 that this complex was going to be rehabilitated to a certain standard so that it can be used 4 years down the line. Nothing much is there. Same with Boga Sports Stadium. Is it an area that you pay attention to when you get to office so that you see what you can do to improve the facilities there?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, all sports facilities will be paid attention to, and now, particularly now that you have mentioned the two sports facilities, the Boga one and also the Azuma Nelson one, I'll look into it. I'll do a follow-up to it and pay more attention to it to ensure that what the president said is done.
And also, you know, the Ministry of Zongo Development then had dotted a number of ASOTEF across the country that are not completed. There's one in Aswase, precisely like Krim, where you are very familiar with. I mean, for 3 years, it's not been completed. I hope you pay attention to get these ones complete, because that will help sports development at the local level.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I can assure the honourable member that given the opportunity, those facilities all will be completed.
Mr. Chairman, let me take you to one area that as a country will find it very difficult to deal with. That's airlifting of supporters to watch our matches. I mean, after Saga, there was a, what do you call it, there was a commission that worked on and advised that we should henceforth cease to be airlifting supporters. Subsequent to that, I mean, supporters by your predecessor were sent to Egypt, Australia. That has led to all this scandal. What assurance are you giving to this House about this recommendation by the Commission that we should stop airlifting supporters to watch this and allow and facilitate and allow individuals who want to go and watch matches to pay and go and watch rather than the state carrying this unnecessary burden?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like the honourable member rightly said, the issue has to do with using the taxpayers' money to carry supporters to support our national team. But he should also understand that everywhere in the world, when national teams are representing their countries, they carry spectators and supporters to go and cheer up the team so that the team can be able to perform and be motivated. So we look at other avenues like sponsorship, where we get corporate Ghana, and in this regard, I will also engage the media to support, to rebrand the sector, so that the corporate Ghana will be willing, because they want to be associated with good news, so that they'll be able to sponsor supporters to go and cheer up our national teams, so that they'll be motivated to deliver and get trophies for us.
Chairman, when he was answering a question earlier about the Australian investigation, you know that the police have still not released the report on the Australian investigation. Is this something that you will consider making it public or getting the police to release?
We have answered those questions already. He has assured us that he will tell their public.
Mr. Chairman, what he answered was not in relation to the police releasing the report. He said he will see to the report and its content. I thought that what I heard.
I thought they are the same thing, the same report.
No, because the report itself has not even been released.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will engage the Ministry of Interior to see to it whether the investigation is even conclusive. So if it's conclusive, it's a matter of public interest. We will make sure that we make it public.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me take him where he's just living, National Service, with its associated problems. It was shocking when you donated 10 pickups to Ghana Education Service. Why? I thought Ghana Education Service was richer than your outfit, why were you donating 10 pickups to Ghana Education Service? Yes, the National Service Secretariat, you donated 10 pickups to the Ghana Education Service. What necessitated that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the idea was to collaborate with the Ghana Education Service to do school farms. So in order to support them to monitor, because they were the implementers of the school farms, so we supported, and we got approval from Ministry of Finance, my board, to support them so that they will be able to monitor the school farms, so that they will be able to produce food to support the free SHS policy, because that was the concept, and that's why we supported the Ghana Education Service.
I thought that if they needed support in that area, it was the Ministry of Agri, Ministry of Food and Agriculture that was supposed to do that. How is the school farm related to you as National Service Secretary?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know that apart from our mandate of deploying national service, I said earlier that we also have programs. The Act 426 give the board the mandate to be able to introduce new programs. And we do agri as one of the model at national service. So we support, if you remember, we even gave more than 5,000 bags maize to support through buffer stock, support the school funds, the free SHS policy. So this was another initiative where we want to make sure that our brothers and sisters in the secondary school also get opportunity to have practical experience at the school, so that in doing so we'll be able to now produce also to complement government effort to do that.
Mr. Chairman, why was it necessary to deduct 15 cedis from National Service Secretariat to finance National Service Week?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the National Service have an association called NASPA, and this association has existed long time, since 1973 that National Service was established, and even when the Act was passed, the association is there to see to their welfare. So normally when they have week celebration, just like the NUCs and the SRC, they levy the National Service person, and they will go to Congress and pass a resolution. So executive director will be there and they'll bring the resolution and said they want to do their week celebration. So they want 15 Ghana cedis, 10 Ghana, depending upon what they agree at their Congress. Then for us, ours is to implement, because I'm the patron of sometimes we even advise, but the purpose of the deduction is based on the National Service personnel.
And you supervise the expenditure when you do the deduction, is that what you say? Or when you get deduct, you give it to them?
Once they have their own account, as a patron, I advise them about it. But they have the association, they have district level executives, they have regional level executives, and they have national level executives. So based on whatever we give them, they will go. They have a formula about how they disperse those money, and those formulas will agree normally at Congress, and they'll bring the resolutions. Then once we give it to them, they then do the disbursement to their membership so that they can celebrate it nationwide.
Chairman, Nanabi was your deputy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
He left to contest the National Youth Organizer position.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
After he won, is he still occupying your official bungalow as when he was the deputy, when he was your deputy?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. After he won, we wrote officially to him that now that he's not part of the management, he should leave the accommodation for the new person appointed to take over. So that's what I can say.
And did he leave, or is still occupying the bungalow?
As we speak, I have to cross-check, because after my inauguration here, I have not gone back there to check, so I have to check whether. Yeah.
I became the National Youth Organizer some years back.
Yes, he has. Once we wrote the letter to him, I believe he has left because the new person was to take over the facility.
Are you sure the new who took over from him?
Kweku Ohini Jan.
Are you sure Mr. Jan is living in an official bungalow?
We have allocated that bungalow to him.
And you are not paying any rent to him?
No, they are not paying any rent.
It's certain that he has occupied, Nanabi has vacated for Mr. Jan to occupy the bungalow?
Yes, once we have allocated to him, I'm very certain that he has.
Are you certain, or you assume that he has occupied the bungalow?
I assume, because we have written to him, we have given him allocation that he should take over. Because I decided, because that particular residence was for the executive director, but I decided that I want to live in my own house. That's why it was given to my deputy. So once he came, he said he should take over. So I assume that he's currently there.
Are you also the present representative there at the National Service Secretariat?
No, Mr. Chairman.
It's only at the ministerial level.
Yes.
So have you since left that office?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you packed your things out?
I've packed my things.
Mr. Chairman, you need to caution Honorable Osler. It's not for her to be screaming at people. It is not for you to be screaming at people. Yes.
Honorable Chairman, I haven't heard a scream. I haven't heard any scream. Please continue with your question.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the nominee whether he said that what he wanted was to be the one that has organized the first African Games, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You know that the para discipline, in the briefing that you received, is it integrated in the program for the African All Games?
Mr. Chairman, the briefing I got is that when we put in the bid to host the African Games, the para bid wasn't part, but the organizers, the AU, is asking that whether we can integrate it so that it becomes part of the games. But given the opportunity, I will engage the stakeholders and also cabinet, because these decisions, I cannot take those decisions, even as a minister. So once the opportunity is given to me, cabinet will take a decision on that, as whether we are going to host the para games alongside the African Games.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Leader.
Chair, I have no questions for him, except
Honorable
to congratulations. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me congratulate the Honorable Mustapha Ussif. And as the Honorable Ablako advised him, to endeavor, if you do become minister, to endeavor not to neglect youth development, particularly inculcating the values of patriotism in young Ghanaian people, and they upholding strongly our values as a country. Now, there is no standard indoor gym in Ghana which can be used for year-round basketball, boxing, or other hand games. Can you make a promise to the youth of Ghana that you will work on such a facility, an indoor gym for Ghana, if even one, for indoor games? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, luckily for us, we have opportunity of hosting the African Games, and we have an opportunity of building an Olympic village that will have all these facilities. So I can give that assurance that once given the opportunity, yes, we'll build those facilities for the youth of this country.
Chairman, when the nominee was talking about support for clubs, he mentioned that some 50,000 has been given to premier clubs. That will only work up on average monthly salaries for the clubs. Camping costs for 4 matches and even 2 long distance traveling will consume that amount. I'm encouraging you to explore opportunities of corporate social responsibility to finance it. Now, Division 1, the level below Premier, did you give them any support and how much?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know per the arrangement, the Division 1 was also supposed to receive some support. But I don't know how much has been given. But I know that for the Premiership, that was the figure I gave. But given the opportunity, I'll look into it. If it's not given, I will follow it through to ensure that the Division 1 teams also get what we promised them.
The National Youth Authority, from the records available to me, probably have offices in 81 districts. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will you expand it to the other districts of Ghana and how?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, even as we speak, we've started operationalizing all the district offices across the country using NAPCO officials. So even though we have 81, as the Honorable Member said, practically, I have been a member of the board of the National Youth Authority, and I'm aware and know that we've engaged NAPCO, and NAPCO have deployed officials to see to the interests of the youth and engage the youth on behalf of the authority. So given the opportunity, we'll write to finance to get financial clearance to be able to appoint officers and also engage Ministry of Local Government to get offices for the authority. Because per the law, we need to have youth committees, and also the youth group should be registered. So if you have no offices, then it makes it very difficult for the youth associations to have opportunity to register. So I will follow it vigorously to ensure that in all the districts across the country we have operational offices.
Chairman, may I find out from the nominee, pursuant to the National Youth Authority Act 939 of 2016, you have any plans of a legislative instrument to operationalize it, and when do you intend to put this before Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm aware my predecessors have already started work on the operationalization of the legislation. So once given the opportunity, I will follow it up to ensure that the legislation comes to this House to be approved, so that we'll be able to operationalize the law as we have passed.
Chairman, thank you. May I request from the nominee, youth empowerment and development is important because of employability, and for us to equip them with the needed skills for their contribution to our national development effort. The youth training centers, youth leadership training centers in Afenya, Takwasi, Asankare, Sandima, Isa, Afransi, Ebu, and Nalergu, I hope I pronounce it well. Largely they have problems with feeding grants, how early they get it. And the young students, male and female, struggle. What will you do to improve the feeding of these institutions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the development of our youth is very, very critical. And given the opportunity, especially the challenge the Honourable Member just mentioned, I'll follow it through to ensure that their feeding grants don't delay.
The Chairman, for instance, the Afenya youth leadership training school, the catering department and plumbing department. I recall visiting it then. It's still in the same state. What plans do you have for it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I mentioned earlier that the retooling of these youth leadership centers have started by my predecessor. Not all of them were captured. So given the opportunity, I will continue to ensure that the rest are all renovated and also improved the standard and equipped so that the youth of this country will have opportunity to develop their skills.
Chairman, this home match for the nominee. I was in Nalelgu this weekend on Sunday, briefly. Construction of 300 sitting capacity multipurpose hall. What's the status of it? You are from that area. Has it been completed? Will you get it completed to serve the youth in that area?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the youth resource centers that currently is ongoing are in various stages of completion. And given the opportunity, I will follow through to ensure that all these facilities are completed so that the youth of this country will have to utilize those facilities.
The Enzima Normally Youth Leadership and Skills Training Institute, what plans do you have for them?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like I responded in my earlier answer, I will ensure that I will follow it through to ensure that the issues that they have is resolved.
Chairman, I find out from the Minister for Youth and Sports nominee, the water systems in Uhuyedi and Takrasi Youth Leadership Training Centers is in very bad state. You can imagine if you wake up, you don't know how to get a good bath. You probably will not know how to get good drinking water. Starting the day will just be as miserable as it's not promising. What will you do about that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you, Honourable Member, for drawing my attention. And where I'm coming from, National Service, I know we have a rig. So if given the opportunity, I'll liaise with National Service to see immediately what we can do for them, getting them a borehole, a mechanized borehole, and also if we are the current status too, we can make sure that we improve on it. But that's what I'll do as when given the opportunity.
Now, may I find out from the nominee whether he wants to initiate some work to get dedicated sports stadium for WA in the Upper West region and Bolga in the Upper East region to facilitate training. I have maintained that training is the only activity for which there is no medicinal substitute. You don't need to take a vitamin to get what training gives you. Can you make a pledge to this committee for WA and Bolga and I'll add who in the Volta region? What plans do you have?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware who, for instance, we've started a youth resource center there, and it comes with a standard football pitch, 8-lane track, an ICT lab, and also a business center. So most of the regions work have already started. And while as well, I'm aware there is a resource center currently ongoing. In Upper East, it's not in Bolga, but it's in Navrongo. So there's also a youth resource center which comes with a FIFA standard pitch, and also 8-lane track, an ICT lab, a business center, a volleyball and basketball court. So given the opportunity, I'll see to its completion so that for those regions to have those facilities.
Chairman, I see that natural grass does not do well for purpose of continuous training, and because of the seasonal nature of our country, I've seen a number of AstroTurf fields. What plans do you have to expand it?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, the Ministry of Zongo Development has constructed almost 15 AstroTurfs, 5 of them have been completed. And given the opportunity, GMPC Foundation is also doing some. Given the opportunity, I will liaise with other agencies and also corporate Ghana to see to it that if we have to revive the inter-school and inter-community sports festivals, then we will need facilities to be able to do so. So,
Chairman, I note that the AstroTurf fields are largely being built in a discriminatory manner. I've seen them in more MPP political constituencies than NDC constituencies. There's none in Bekwai, so fair to it, a stronghold of the MPP. But I cannot count any MP from this side who is benefiting from an AstroTurf. You are always in Tamale. I know your in-laws' house, just by it. Kulukulu School, popular Kulukulu School, just by your in-laws' house. The youth there gather every day in the last decade or more. Young Dawara in Lamashegu, just by the Chief Palace. The youth are there. And I'm saying that I'm not happy about the discriminatory implementation of those steps. Can you assure us that you will be fair to all members of parliament and to all constituencies, because exercise is necessary for every person in the respected 275 constituencies? Will you stop the discriminatory allocation of it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I can assure this August House that given the opportunity, we will not be doing discriminatory. And like I said in my earlier answer, if resources are available, we want to get AstroTurf for every constituency, so that the exercise, the vision of getting inter-school festivals and inter-community festivals will be realized. Because if there are no facilities, it will be difficult for them to do so. So you are encouraged, if you do become minister, to end the discrimination. As you drive to Wale Wale, I've seen a new development on my right. The people of Diare and Savulugu, where you drive past every day, they have problems with water. That is not your mandate. Savulugu, I'm not seeing any development of this activity. Gushegu, I'm not seeing it, unless you want to assure me that that has been done. So kindly consider that. But come back to your CV. Leadership positions held. Ghana's delegation to MIT RIP program as Massachusetts. You put in 2017 to 2019. You want to suggest that for 2 years you were busy there while still functioning in public service? Page 4 of your CV. Page 4 of your CV. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The program was 2 years program, customized for Ghana, and I participated. And it was 5 workshops in between the 2 years. So you go just for 5 days and go back. It was 5 workshops in between, and also online. We get resources online as well.
Chairman, I'm just concluding. I'm holding here some termination letters signed by the minister you are succeeding, Honorable Isaac Kwame Esiama. This one was addressed to Mr. Bright Achampo, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer, National Youth Authority, Mr. Richard Eba Obing, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer, National Youth Authority, and then Mr. Emmanuel Asigri. There was some investigation. You want to share the details with us in the public interest, if you do get to the ministry, on the investigations to what led to their dismissals? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, if I get the report of the investigation, I will share.
Chairman, I should note that the nominee, Honorable Mustapha, comes to me as very affable and self-respecting person, as I have encountered him as we travel in and out. I'm still investigating the circumstances, how my friend Honorable Tanko lost to him. And all of us will have to look at it shooting in the constituency, but like I said, I don't have my full facts to interrogate him on it. But I want to wish him well, Chairman. Thank you.
We have some Northeast MPs. They are here in their numbers. Sorry?
Was here. He says you should acknowledge MPs.
Some of honorable colleague MPs.
Honorable Mustapha, I have no question for you. I congratulate you. We thank you for attending upon the committee to answer our questions. You will hear from us, but for now, you are discharged.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.